Takes a while to get Nadal's numbers done, doesn't it? Yeah, Bachi, the chair umpire.
There, and welcome to the 103rd edition of the Giro d'Italia. Today is the individual time trial, 15.1 kilometer long, from Monreale to Palermo.
Oh, he's down! Campanax is down, and we were expecting this. Geraint Thomas is going to record an impressive effort, but he's not going to win the time trial. Almeida hangs on. He's not going to. Oh, and he goes down. Oh. Would you believe it?
Vincenzo Nibali leads 191, just crossed the finish line in 16 minutes and 53 seconds.
Partenza di Filippo Ganna. Partenza da Monreale, arriva a Palermo e a coprire la distanza il più veloce finora Filippo Ganna, 15:24, straordinario tempo.
Italiano Filippo Ganna!
He can compete. Normal years he can compete in tennis 12 months of the year, can't he, rather than 4 months of the year in ski racing.
2, 1, go!
The wind is picking up a little bit now. But the roof is open, so we've got an outdoor match ahead of us. A bit of clay flying about, I would imagine, and the breeze to contend with. See that it's getting quite windy now. Nadal will serve. Ready to play on Philippe Chatrier. Nadal against Korda. Here we go.
Il rosa del primato al Filippo Ganna! E si tinge.
That's a good return, right on the line, and an excellent approach with a fine volley to finish. Well played.
La maglia ciclamino contraddistingue il leader della classifica punti, ancora applausi per la maglia ciclamino contraddistingue il leader della classifica punti, ancora applausi per Filippo Ganna. Ancora applausi a Rick Zabel.
Sebastian Korda has already won 6 matches at Roland Garros this year. Qualifying matches and then 3 in the main draw, defeating Andreas Seppi, John Isner and Pedro Martinez. Had some tough opposition in qualifying as well. Bryden Schnoor was no easy win for the second round. And then in the third round he came up against the Russian Aslan Karatsev in the final round of qualifying. The wind is a factor. Nadal's going to have to adjust his tactics accordingly. Two 4-set matches and a straight sets win for Korda so far in the main draw. I bet they're beginning to wish they'd kept the roof shut. Yeah, this is really unpleasant when the breeze is this strong on a clay court. be really nasty. If it gets much worse, then they might decide to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
One, two.
You are known as an escape artist today, later.
Yeah, I mean we have to, as a small team here, invited team, we have to show our jersey the most often as we can, and maybe could be nice to be the first attackers of the Giro d'Italia.
Is today's stage suitable for a breakaway?
I think so, yes, but it's also the first real stage, and it's always a question mark which teams are going to chase, and who is interested in the pink jersey even. So it will be, it's all question marks, and we will have to see what happens in the bunch. But once you are in the breakaway, then you will see, and probably they will close the gap and go for a win. It's a good stage for Michael Matthews, for example, so probably Sunweb will be chasing. But the next days are also really hard, and we have a chance every day, and yeah, we will try to be in as much as possible, so also today.
Chiedo al pubblico della Sicilia, sono sicuro che non mi deluderete, faremo il countdown tutti assieme. Ci siete? Andiamo! 10! Buon viaggio! Parte la seconda frazione.
One.
The front line of the Giro d'Italia. Pink jersey, maglia ciclamino, the maglia azzurra and the maglia bianca. Everybody ready to start. That man's in charge of most of them. Filippo Ganna in the pink jersey. And wherever you're tuning in, a very big thanks for joining us. Apologies if you are experiencing any sound issues. It's the same for us. We're sure we have engineers working on it and desperately trying to sort it out. Now, 2 non-starters today. Miguel Angel Lopez, unfortunately in hospital, had an operation yesterday to repair damage to an iliac artery. And Luca Corvilli, out of time, 7 minutes down on the time cut. I'm going to try and bring in and say hello to Brian Smith. Brian, can you hear me? Is modern technology finally working?
I can hear you, Rob. Can you hear me?
Well, you can hear me, I think, but I can't hear you. Not a great start, but we'll get there, I promise. In the meantime, it's a beautiful sunny day in Sicily for stage 2 from Alcomo to Agrigento. And that is the peloton of the Giro d'Italia. Now 174 riders strong. And it's the whole stage today. We're in the neutral zone leaving Alcomo right now. Very interesting start to today's stage. Up and down, we've got the King of the Mountains action coming at Santa Ninfa. So we had a stage finish 2 years ago. And look who's up at the front. Thomas de Gent.
Well, Thomas de Gent will try and get in this breakaway today. It's quite a lumpy start. We've got about 4 climbs. One of these climbs is categorised, a 4th category climb, 3, 2 and 1 points. We've got a sprint at the top of the 4th kind of small climb, and then we're on the flat, and then we start to run in towards the finish. So it's going to set itself up for a breakaway today, but I think a couple of teams will want to control this, especially Ineos holding the pink jersey, plus keeping Geraint Thomas safe. But there are teams here to win stages, one of them being Sunweb, like they did in the Tour de France, and Bora Hansgrohe also with Piri Sagan, who was 2nd in the mountains classification and looks good for a potential battle with Michael Matthews today.
Well, Alcomo looking an absolute picture. Apologies, not replying to anything you've said there, Brian. I can see you talking, but I can't hear you still at the moment. Pink balloons everywhere. Ah, this is the Giro we love, isn't it? Might be October this year. Very different look, a very different layout as Rowan Dennis is up towards the front. Ineos Grenadiers winning a stage yesterday, and I suppose looking at already a very different team to the one we saw at the Tour de France. They're here with a mission, and they have one of the top GC guys in Geraint Thomas. Almost the best GC performance yesterday, but I guess that we had to give that to Joao Almeida. He's a man that, if it all goes right for him today, he could take the pink jersey.
Yeah, could. He's 22 seconds behind. We've got a bonus sprint with a 12.1 to go, 3, 2 and 1 on that. But I'm not too sure this climb is hard enough to maybe make big differences of 22 seconds. I think there will be some differences when the riders get to the line, but I'm sure that Filippo Ganna will want to hold on to this jersey into tomorrow. Tomorrow's another stage altogether with the climb up to Mount Etna, but having a pink jersey today I think he will keep a hold of it. Because the form he's on at the moment, this final climb, I don't think is going to be hard enough. It's 3.7 kilometres in length, 5.3 average. Probably a similarity if you look at the maybe the Suppressa or the Poggio in Milan San Remo. So I don't think it's going to be overly difficult for Ghana to keep that jersey. But it'll be interesting to see Almeida with 22 seconds. Will Deconic Quickstep try and do something, try and make it hard towards the end and try and kind of split this race up to take that pink jersey. It'll be an interesting stage for sure. And also for the stage win as well. I think Peres Sagan looking good. Tried to go for the King of the Mountains yesterday. Just came up a little bit short. And then we had, Michael Matthews looking good. So I think they will be the two I always think that we feature towards the finish. But there's so many other riders, add into the mix. Maybe Ballerini, who was third in the King of the Mountains at the start of the time trial yesterday. Also, why not Rick Zabel? He started that climb yesterday, 1.1 kilometres, and he really flew up it. And he could do the same today. But you can't discount Diego Elise as well for UAE.
Well, it's a downhill neutralised zone today. Started in Alcomo, almost 300 metres, and it's going down the hill. It's not quite the one we had at the Tour de France, where we had to go down a mountain from Val Thorens. This is Thomas de Gendt at the front. I wonder if he's looking at getting involved today, because they've got a real open team full of possibilities to attack, and today's an interesting stage. You've got that uphill finish you talked about, Brian. You say it might not be hard enough for some guys, but I can tell you 12 years ago when we had the same finish, it was won by one Ricardo Rico. Yes, we know about the Giro, we know about what happened, but in terms of types of riders, Danilo Di Luca was up with him. At 8 seconds, Vincenzo Nibali came across the line in 6th place as well. We've also got quite an up and down hilly start. And is it a Thomas de Gendt type day, or is it a little too easy in inverted commas for Thomas de Gendt?
No, I think it's a good stage for Thomas de Gendt to try and get in the breakaway, and I think he'll try, but he's got one of those big targets on his back and everybody will be watching him for sure. Just look as if Alex Dowsett is looking to try and get in the breakaway as well. Israel Startup Nation, another team trying to kind of look for all the opportunities they can get, but Thomas de Gendt maybe not the rider from maybe a few years ago, and this stage starts uphill, which is going to suit the kind of stronger riders to get in the breakaway. And then we've got kind of 4 crests before we head down onto the kind of plains and along the coast, but it is going to be a hard start. We are, I think, going to see a breakaway, but I think for Ineos, they want to control this as much as they can, and they only want about 3 or 4 riders to go away, but I think this will be very active.
Well, we're in Trapani at the start today. There's Rick Zabel in a mountains jersey. Take a good look at that, because you might not see that for a while, a sprinter in a mountains jersey. Well, if he wants to keep his jersey, he's either got to win the stage or go in the breakaway today. There's an opportunity to take points on 2 climbs, both of them fourth category, but the second climb is at the finish line. So it's the stage winner that's going to take the King of the Mountains points there. Extremely rural areas of Sicily today for stage 2. On our way to Agrigento, and we'd originally been scheduled to visit on stage 4. After what should have been the Giro d'Italia's 14th foreign start in Hungary, let's not forget, back in May. The second of 4 stages, this on the island of Sicily. Originally, we were supposed to have 3. Today we get another look at this beautiful area. We're going to see the Temple of Hercules right at the bottom of the final climb. Some real stunning scenery. Mediterranean Sea there in the background. But a very different look. Scorched earth at the end of the summer. First rain starting to fall, and I think, Brian, that they'll be hoping that the wind has died down after yesterday.
It does look as if it has, Rob, and also the fact that they've taken away the bibs and put in some new surface as well. I think the finish has been resurfaced as well, so I don't think we'll get too many complaints, because I think, you know, one of the last times we were here ourselves, Rob, there was really kind of bad road conditions. In fact, one of our mutual friends, Rob Hales, had to stop the car because he got a double puncture in one of the roads when they were going from hotel to hotel.
Yeah, that was like driving on the moon, that, through the craters. I've still got the photographs somewhere, actually. I might dig them out later on for you. That was incredible as the road surface. I've been told by another colleague of ours, Matt Stevens, actually, that the final climb has been completely resurfaced today. We've seen bits of road resurfaced there. But just an appreciation, as we're still in the neutral zone, as to the elevation that they take on today. It's a very, very hilly start, certainly for the first 50 kilometres or so. It's a climb almost out of the gate once you've seen the flag dropped.
I'm here in Alcomo, where stage 2 of this year's Giro d'Italia will start soon. But first, let's have a look back on yesterday's stage. It was a wind lottery, and the riders who started in the last block, they actually lost some time, and we could call them the victims of the game. And one of the big winners, we told it yesterday, was already Geraint Thomas, who put a minute in to his biggest rivals already on the first time trial. And we can see the time trial kilometers in this year's Giro, they really count. It's short time trials, but they really count, because we don't know yet how the last week, if all the mountain stages will really happen. There's a plan A, a plan B, a plan C for every mountain stage. We're talking about end of October, and the weather really gets unpredictable. It could snow and everything. So at the moment, it's a fight about seconds in the next stages, and in the third week, it could be about minutes, but we don't know how the weather will be and how it's going to look. So it is a really interesting one. At the same time, let's first have a look on the map of today's stage.
So, stage 2 from Alcomo all the way to Agrigento. Difficult start uphill, and then down dale as well. First climb at Santa Ninfa, sprint at Partanna. And then up and finishing in Agrigento. An uphill finish, a difficult one, 149 kilometres. After a late intermediate sprint at Porto Empedolce. Just 2 stars by the organisers. All depends on how the start is raced. Well, it looks as though the flag has been dropped whilst we're away, looking at the intro there. 146 kilometres to go, and early fights for the breakaway. Imagine that it might be a pretty good breakaway to be in today, Brian, because you just never know.
Yeah, you never know, and it does look as if, you know, we've got Rick Zabel up there in the blue jersey, the King of the Mountains. He was fastest in the first 1.1 kilometres. Thomas de Gent also trying to get across here, so it does look as if Israel Startup Nation trying to get Rick Zabel in here to try and take some points in the King of the Mountains, the fourth category, which comes up after 37.5 kilometres. He may want to try and keep a hold of that jersey for a couple of days. You know, it's good publicity, but we do have a very active start here, Rob, and everybody is trying to get in this breakaway. But Thomas de Gent is there, Muano Boaro also there for Astana. Some more riders coming across. Ineos looking to control things as we thought they would. I think they only want about 3 or 4 riders to go away down the road, so it's an easy-ish day for them.
And they've got a really good team to do this sort of thing, haven't they, at this race with controlling the breakaway. You look at the balance on their team, and again, we might have this conversation when we get to week 3, and you wonder if there's enough climbing talent in that Ineos Grenadiers team. But for these flat stages and to control things, the likes of Dennis and Ganna, all sorts of riders, with Castro Viejo as well, a very, very big day.
Yeah, Thomas
so here
de
is Thomas de Gent.
Yeah, he's dragging, I think. You know, when you get Thomas de Gent in this mood, and when you get on his wheel, it's like Christmas, Rob. You just have to kind of try and hold that wheel as much as possible, because everybody knows that he's going to ride as hard as possible. You see a little bit of a shutdown at the front of the peloton, but Thomas de Gent dragging 4 riders with him, and you know, these riders behind are thinking, just hold that wheel, because potentially this is the break of the day, because Thomas de Gent, he always does this. He comes to the front, rides as hard as he can to kind of get this gap up. You can see him doing it now, and riders just kind of trying to hang onto the wheel.
Well, Bardiani there, again looking behind us if he's going to have any help, and it's the usual suspects, isn't it, as far as the Italian teams. Bardiani, Androni and Vini Zabu are all represented. A rider in there from Agir de Zella Mondiale as well. And this is the scene back in the peloton. For the moment, it looks as though they're being allowed to go. Not a huge gap right now, though, and we're just 4 kilometres into the race. We have a lot of climbing at the start of today's stage. Not necessarily classified climbing. That first classified climb comes 37.5 kilometres in. The rider from Agir de Zella Mondiale is Ben Gastar. The rider there for Vini Zabu is the Dutchman, Etienne Van Empel. Bardiani seemed to be represented by Alessandro Tonelli. He's wearing number 47. And Jonathan Restrepo, I think, might be the rider, the Colombian, from Androni Giocattoli. So that's a pretty good group. Restrepo, let's not forget that when he was a youngster, a World Tour rider, he was very highly rated as a possible classics contender on the hilly courses.
Yeah, very good rider, very good break, and you know, 5 riders, it's a good size for Team Ineos, who have got representatives at the front. They're happy with this. A few teams not represented, but I think the Italian teams, the teams that wanted to be represented are there. They've got their man there. Look, at the end of the day, Rob, there's not a lot to be gained from trying to get in the breakaway today, because I think with a 5-man break, it's going to be very difficult for them to go to the finish. There's the King of the Mountains coming up after 37.5 kilometres, and then it's all focused on the potential stage win. And I think Bora Hansgrohe, Sunweb will want to try and kind of control this. So for a lot of these riders, it's about getting in the breakaway, getting the exposure required. But I think Thomas de Gent, after coming out to Tour de France with some strength in his legs, will be thinking the long game, will be thinking of trying for the stage win.
Brian, I apologise straight away because I saw a 17 instead of an 11. It's Mattia Bais, who is the rider from Androni Giocattoli. The others we have exactly right, and it's a 5-man group that looks at those now. It's getting the time. 50 seconds. Again, apologies wherever you're watching if you're experiencing any sound issues. Brian and I are struggling to hear each other at the moment.
cogí de aquí y solté, o sea, ya iba a coger la otra y ya pues, se me escapa.
No encontraste.
No, se me escapa y luego con esta sola mano cuando me pega como el...
Some stories from social media. The story out here on stage 2 is that it's calmed down in the peloton. The Maglia Rosa, Filippo Ganna will be very happy, as will the general classification contenders and the sprinters, you would think. 5 riders out the front, but led by the very strong Thomas de Gent. Interesting to see who is going to ride today, Brian. You imagine that straight up, Filippo Ganna's team, Ineos Grenadiers, will have to do some riding and honour that pink jersey for a while. But which teams are going to be interesting in trying to chase, given the fact that it's not a flat finish?
Well, I think first and foremost, in this course today, I would think that Ineos Grenadiers would want to ride a little bit. The best placed is Thomas de Gent at 1 minute and 2 seconds. I don't think it's going to kind of threaten the overall pink jersey at the end of the day, but I think there's an opportunity here to ride on the front and stay safe. We know what the road conditions are like. Luckily for the riders, the wind isn't blowing like it was yesterday, so it's just a case of just riding a little bit of tempo at the front, honouring the jersey. But I think first and foremost, we have to think of what other teams would be interested in this stage. Who could win this? I would say of the sprinters, it's not a flat sprint, it's an uphill sprint. It's quite a difficult climb. If I can remember, this was the part of the World Championships course when Luc Leblanc won in '94. So it's a tough climb. I'm thinking Michael Matthews, I'm thinking Peter Sagan, so I would think that those teams would want to ride at the front. I'm also thinking possibly, Elise, but would UAE want to ride with maybe the fact that Sagan and Matthews would be the favourites for the day? So I would think the Sunweb and Bora Hansgrohe would be the two main teams that would want to come up and ride, and we might see them coming up fairly shortly, because this isn't an overly long stage. There's just over 140 kilometres to go, and this could be quite fast. Once we get over the kind of lumps and bumps at the start onto the coast road, it could be kind of fast all the way and a run in towards the finish.
Well, this is the scene at the moment in the peloton. There's Tony Martin on the left-hand side, and Jumbo-Visma, as we saw at the Tour de France, never far from the front. Yesterday, Steven Kruijswijk was one of those GC riders who lost a bit of time, actually. 1 minute and 22 down on Almeida. A minute and 21 on Geraint Thomas. They're the two reference times I guess we have to use after yesterday. But none of these riders out in the front, as Brian was just saying, any real danger to the Maglia Rosa. 1 minute and 2 seconds for Thomas de Gent. He is the closest rider. The rider furthest away, the least worrying for Filippo Ganna, is Etienne Van Empel, the Dutchman from Wini-Zabu. So how much time will they get? That's the question here. Who can keep it in check? Plenty of climbing to be done at the start. And it's not exactly a huge day for the King of the Mountains today, is it? I mean, are you surprised that Thomas de Gent is out here in the break today, given the fact that he normally picks his days?
I'm really not surprised. You would have thought with the kind of 4 small climbs at the start, it was going to be hard enough for him to get in the breakaway. It's a short enough stage. I don't think he's got the form of 2-3 years ago. He was trying in the Tour de France to get in breakaways, and when he did get in the breakaway, he wasn't able to kind of finish it in the end. So I think this is an opportunity for him, and I think he could be, at the end of the day, the last man standing, and with the climb up towards the finish and the running, he'll be thinking that if they get 4 or 5 minutes today, which will be a decent enough advantage, the team start to ride, he'll save that a little bit and try and kind of follow them towards the end, because we know what he's like. He's all in. And I think what we're going to see today is a couple of the sprinters teams, we say sprinters, uphill sprinters teams, come to the front more for the kind of punchers, trying to control things sooner rather than later, because they know what Thomas de Gent is capable of.
So you think today you might be able to drop a Gaviria or an Elia Viviani if you really ride hard on that final climb. What about an Arnaud Demar?
That's the question. I thought about this, Rob, and
it's the one I've been thinking about all morning.
And I'm glad you brought. I think after what was it, Wallonie? I wouldn't put it past him to be there in the finish, but I do think that this is a different level of race to Wallonie, and you might have to take into consideration Almeida wanting to try and take pink. So we could have a situation where Deceuninck Quickstep come to the front and really kind of drive it up that climb to kind of try and split the peloton. So I think it'll be too hard for Demar.
So we could be in for a really interesting afternoon, and in trying to set up the day here, we could realistically see anybody winning from, let's say, a second-tier sprinter, and I don't mean that as anything against the sprinters that will be there at the end, but maybe a sprinter who can climb, not the big thick-leg guys who you'd expect to contest the very flat finishes. Anybody like that, all the way to a GC guy, couldn't we, today? If you're going to say that Almeida's going to go for it, then he's going to have to drop quite a few people, isn't he? He's going to have to drop those sprinters, and that means the GC guys will then have to follow him.
Yeah, they will, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure if Joe Almeida will want to go for it, whether he wants to have an easiest finish and then look at it tomorrow, because tomorrow may suit him a little bit better if he's climbing well. But then again, why not? If you get an opportunity today, why not, give it a go today? It's like, we don't know what's been told in the team meetings with all these teams, but there is an opportunity here. Can he make 22 seconds, or he needs another second, 23 seconds on Ghana? I think it's going to be very difficult to be able to do that. And you have to look at, are you going to invest in this, or are you going to kind of keep your powder dry? Because that would have surprised a lot of people yesterday, Joe Almeida, and he's obviously on some really good form. And we heard that yesterday, a lot of people being safe, thinking of the long game, and if Almeida's thinking of the long game, then I would sit back today and just follow and try and stay in the top 10, because let's be honest here, a top 10, top 6, what we've seen recently with the youngsters, he's 22 years old. Why not go all the way to the finish of this race and try and keep a good general classification?
So the 5 riders in the breakaway. Ben Gastar is the man in the brown, blue and white. He rides for AG des Ailes Mondiales. Wearing number 11 there in the red and white with all the sponsors on his back. Yes, it's Androni Giocattoli's Swiss Tony's Mattia Weiss. Up there is Tonelli, Van Empel and De Gent as well. $139 kilometers to go on stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia. 3 minutes and 35 seconds now for the 5-man break up the road. And it's the Ineos Grenadiers who begin to work. They have the Maglia Rosa today. The Maglia Rosa, Filippo Ganna. Number 163 doing the riding at the start is Rowan Dennis. Number 167 just behind him has a very special day today. Salvatore Puccio is from the area that we're riding through today. Day 2 on the Giro and Sicily. Some beautiful scenery awaits us. Up and down roads, a breakaway of 5 riders away. And Filippo Ganna in the pink jersey. Salvatore Puccio, a local rider. Lots to talk about for the Ineos Grenadiers and their success yesterday with Geraint Thomas. It's been a great start for them. Been an interesting start for a lot of different teams, actually. There were periods yesterday when the wind was stronger, periods where it didn't help other riders at all. Some big differences in the general classification already. You have the likes of Almeida and Thomas, leaders in the clubhouse, if you like, all the way down to Rafael Maica at 1 minute 38 from Almeida. Oh dear, and in the breakaway, we seem to have had an incident already. This is Etienne Van Empel. What's happened here, Brian?
It looks like yesterday, same on a slight descent on a corner, possibly kind of slid out a little bit. We're going to see what happens here.
Now.
Yeah, just and too fast into the corner. We don't actually see it, but just too fast into the corner. A bit like Victor Kampenaerts did yesterday. He did say there's a lot of kind of oil, slippy rotor. Everybody knows that, but just went in a little bit too hot. There's no pressure on him to do that, and he's going to have a hard fight to get all the way back to the breakaway.
There's Calatafimi. So many beautiful hilltop towns around here. I say beautiful in the sense that they have these great natural positions and views of the Mediterranean Sea. A lot of Sicily isn't naturally beautiful. Has been forgotten about by well-documented political problems, organisational problems. Etienne Van Empel trying to get back on. Crashed on that little descent there, and shouldn't be a problem here, Brian, I don't think. 3:43 is a very big gap for the breakaway still.
Yeah, I don't think it should be a problem. He's got a bit of a chase because he changed his bike. He probably lost about 30 seconds at least, so he's got a bit of a chase, and you can see his team car is just in front of him. They don't want the TV cameras anywhere near because they want to use the team car to try and get him back, and rightly so. You don't like anybody crashing, and I think he'll be a great help to the breakaway as well, so the riders in the breakaway would want him there because 4 is better than 5. I mean, 5 is better than 4. Sorry, I was getting drowned out listening to a cue point there I was trying to hear.
Yeah, apologies wherever you're watching today. You may well have noticed already, but there's been a few technical issues that we hope are being sorted out behind the scenes. Thank you for your patience on that. And there's plenty of patience in the group as well here. They've had the start that they would have wanted, I think, now. Fight for the breakaway didn't go along too well. And we're getting a nice look at Calatafimi. That is the Eufemio Castle, built at the top of one of those hilltops I was talking about. Today's stage 2 then. I think it's time to go and hear from Rolf Aldag, our Eurosport expert, as he talks about this second stage.
Stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia today. It's a stage with just less than 150 kilometers, so it's short. It's going to be intense. It starts quite hilly, so it's going to go up and down for about 50 kilometers. That means if you want to be in the breakaway, you have to be quite strong. And a strong breakaway is always more difficult to control. So the question will be then to say who is really going to control the race. Is Ineos really happy to keep the pink jersey? Ghana is not going to keep it for very long. Are they willing to invest a lot? Or are other teams taking over? Other teams, it could be Sunweb for Matthews, who is definitely one of the favorites. It could be the team of Ulissi, who is strong and fast if it's uphill to the finish. Or maybe even the team of Peter Sagan that might have an opportunity to try to win the stage today.
Good to hear from Rolf Aldag there, who's joined us at Eurosport GCN this year. He's commentating for our German colleagues. And good news too for Etienne Van Empel. Dutchman is back towards the back of the breakaway. 3:27 then, and Brian will be a bit happier about that now. Oh, a bit of a distraction here. Temple of Segesta. Plenty of Greek sites here, and we're going to see the Valley of the Temples later today at the base of our final climb. Do hope we get a nice look at it earlier on. See, built in the 5th century BC. And I'm not talking about before Corona here. It's taken on a new meaning this year, hasn't it? 36 columns, 10 meters tall. And nice to see that looking after it and restoring it as well. Wonderful place to visit Sicily. Patience is required, as Brian was talking about earlier on with some of the roads, but you will be rewarded. The warmth of the people, quality of the food as well. I think our colleague Jonathan Harris-Bass might forward us something to talk about later on today for that too. Look at the size of those things. 5th century BC, what are we? 25 centuries ago. See if we can get your head around that. And there's the natural setting. With Rowan Dennis taking up his work at the front of the Giro d'Italia. If this is going to continue and Geraint Thomas is going to be up towards the front, obviously Ganna's in the pink jersey at the moment. Rowan Dennis might have quite a few hours to ride on the front of the peloton at this Giro, eh?
I don't think he's got any problem with that. He's the type of rider that can do it. He's got a big engine. He never took any rest in the time trial yesterday, but still done a respectable time. You know, this is, I think, what we thought. We heard from Rolf Aldag there. I think he was just confirming what we'd already said anyway, that, you know, they would want to control things more for Geraint Thomas on these type of roads, although the roads that they're on at the moment. But we just went through a small town there, and where we saw Van Empel crash in one of the corners, and, you know, there's a bit of kind of rough surface, and now he's back with the group, which is good. But and these type of roads are a lot easier to ride at the front, and that's what Ineos Grenadiers are going to do. But it's now a case of, you know, who's going to come up and help the chase, when Sunweb and possibly Bora Hansgrohe are going to do it, because I don't believe that UAE will send riders to the front.
Three minutes and 40. You saw Van Empel banging his bars there. Just trying to get those hoods back into position.
I thought he would have changed bike, Rob. He looked as if he was going to change it. We never saw that there, so it looks as if he's maybe made the decision not to. But it's one of these things that, you know, if he's banging the bars, trying to kind of move his lever out a little bit. You see riders often do this after crashes, but maybe not the wisest things to do.
Sicily, a great place of contrast, as we've just been saying. You might need patience to visit some of its towns and cities, and you'll be rewarded with scenes like this. Same valley of where we saw that area. This is the valley of Belice, on our way to Santa Ninfa. And the man in second wheel there is going to have quite a cheer around him when we get to Santa Ninfa, around that area. It's not too far from Menfi, where he comes from. Pretty sure we don't go through Menfi itself. Certainly not on the road book. But Santa Ninfa's close enough. Another man who'll have very good memories of Santa Ninfa. Well, you might actually have, Brian Smith, because we were there 2 years ago. We had a stage finish there. But Enrico Battaglin, he was the winner on the day. He beat Giovanni Visconti in a sort of similar uphill finish to the one we have today. If I remember, the climb wasn't quite as long as it is today. We're talking about 5Ks, but there were shorter, steeper sections. And Enrico Battaglin was the winner when he was at what was Lotto Jumbo then, now Jumbo Visma. The fans are out again. Pink jerseys are on the side of the road. Oh, well, apologies for going a little quiet on you. Brian and I are being drowned out by... Had a lot of noise at the moment. There is Etienne Van Empel. I'm glad that his favourite travel destination's Italy, as per that graphic. He's got a 3-week holiday here. Holiday in the most loose sense. I know that Filippo Ganna is in the Maglia Rosa. I think it's about time we heard from him. Here's the race leader after a dream Giro debut yesterday.
Sono giorni da sogno per Filippo Ganna che dal campionato del mondo a cronometro.
There are daydreams for Filippo Ganna. Came from the World Tour time trial champion, now wearing the pink jersey.
Oggi abbiamo visto la tappa.
Well, I slept really well last night, but today I've seen the parkour and I hope I'll be able to keep it for another day. After that, we'll consider and think about supporting Geraint Thomas tomorrow, make sure he's well positioned without taking any risks, and we'll see tomorrow. Now, you said that you'd try to keep it for another day, but at the same time you're here to support Thomas. Today you're definitely going to try and save it then? Yeah, of course, without wasting too much energy, because I'll need it for 21 days. Did you expect to have this great dream physical condition? Not really, no, considering the lockdown, because the training changed, didn't it? Luckily, I didn't end up on the home trainer too much, so that was my little bit of luck.
Botto di fortuna. Buona prima tappa.
Well, have a good stage then. Thank you. Well, we see memorial after memorial from different passages of history in Sicily. There's a big piece of Italian cycling history yesterday, because Filippo Ganna, you get the feeling, and listening to the breakaway last night and your chat with Brad Wiggins, Dan Lloyd and Ola Chenoy, you can watch that, by the way, every night on the GCN Race Pass and the Eurosport Player, but the feeling is that he could be a sort of Francesco Moser, couldn't he? He could go on and do things in the hour record, and the Italian press are already starting to dream and say, well, you know, he loses a few kilos in the future and he puts those power efforts into climbs, who knows what he could achieve. Remember, Moser did win a Giro.
Yeah, there might be quite a few riders or people watching that might not know who Francesco Moser is, but he was probably the era just before me. He's one of these prolific, big, strong Italian riders, and I think when we go back to these type of races in the Giro d'Italia, he could get over the mountains. He wasn't a mountain climber because he was kind of so big and powerful. He was kind of dominant in the time trials. He rode so well in a lot of kind of flatter classics, likes of Paris-Roubaix and these type of races. So Ganna could be that type of rider, and he can get over some climbs with the sheer power. But you know, Francesco Moser was such a prolific winner way back in the day for the Italian cycling, and so was Cerrone as well. But that's talking about more of a sprinter than anything else. And they used to kind of try and design the courses to try and kind of help the next kind of Italian winner. A wee bit possibly like this year with the Tour de France, trying to kind of design a course that maybe suits the kind of French type of rider like Pinot or Alaphilippe and these things. But I think he is the real deal, and I think for Ganna, time trial specialists on the courses like yesterday in the World Championships, almost unbeatable.
fai così. Fai così. Fai così che c'è l'ammiraglia lui dietro,
Well, Liège, Bastogne-Liège is happening at the moment. If you wish to watch that race, then you can do so on the GCN Race Pass or the Eurosport app. You see there's a breakaway with 4.5 minutes there at the moment. And it looks as though the weather's pretty different to what we're experiencing on the screen in Sicily. It's Belgium in autumn. Well, 134 k's to go. You can make your choice. Here we'll be staying with the Giro d'Italia. Brian Smith alongside me, Rob Hatch. You can see the British Champions jersey as well that once belonged to you, Brian. Well, twice belonged to you, pardon me.
And
there's Ben Swift.
And Ben Swift, he won it in the best year because he gets it for 2 years. No, he's
Has it been confirmed that we're not going to have a national championships now?
To be honest, I don't really know what's happening with British cycling. I've kind of given up on that. I thought they could have put on a British championship. I know that Nico Roach went back to ride the Irish championships over the weekend. A couple of silver medals for him. I don't think it would have been that hard to put on a time trial and a road race for both men and women, but there's absolutely no communication coming from British cycling on why they haven't. So I really don't know, Rob. I really don't know, but fortunately we do have a great champion in Ben Swift. He's riding at the top end of our sport, and it's another 10 months now, or maybe less than that now, maybe 8 months to the next British Championship. But Ben Swift is a great champion. He never got the opportunity to show off too much this year, and it's great to see him here at the Giro d'Italia.
A pink present for somebody there. Filippo Ganna just made someone's day. All those hours standing out by the side of the road will turn into a memory that lasts a lifetime. And the team's very much on block and en masse at the front. Ineos Grenadiers leading. We've seen Astana up there, Jumbo-Visma as well. Lots to talk about when we settle down today and really have a chance to look back on what happened to certain GC riders yesterday, what is going to happen from here on in, what the plans for the likes of Jumbo-Visma and Astana are. Remember, Astana are a man down. As are Bardiani, both Miguel Angel Lopez and Luca Covilli, for different reasons, no longer in the Giro d'Italia. Oh, 126 k's to go. We go through Vita. Vita, which also means life in Italian. Plenty of it down there. Old part of the town down here. Ruins up in the centre and the square. There's quite a few towns down here that have been desperate to attract young people to come and visit and end up living in these areas. I think there was one village that ended up selling houses for €1, not too far from where we were a couple of years ago, actually. Desperate to attract people to Sicily and to the small towns and villages, because everybody had, in the last 10 to 20, 30 years maybe, gone off to live in the city or even on the mainland. Certainly can be an idyllic existence if you find the right place, but finding work can be very difficult down here. wonder what impact the lockdown is going to have on all that. I've heard so many stories of people moving out of cities, and London is a case in point, I think, at the moment. I wonder how places like Sicily are either going to just survive or prosper. At the minute, we've got the Giro back. We're meant to have the start of the Giro d'Italia in Sicily next year, swapped with Hungary. We'll see if we can start in Hungary again next year, but the way things are going, it wouldn't surprise me if all three Grand Tours plan to stay at home next year, Brian, given the logistics and given the fact that we don't know what's going to happen with this damn virus.
I think so. And well, I think we all know that the Grand Departs, or the Grand Partenzas, they bring in a lot of capital for a lot of these race organisers. So, and I think the Giro d'Italia has gone through some tough times in the past with finance and things like that. But I think ASO are still putting on a great show. I don't think they're kind of too worried about it, the sponsors and taking it out of France. So I think it'd probably be the best idea to keep them in the country that they're in. Although saying that, we dip into France during this Giro d'Italia for a small amount of time.
We do, and the Vuelta España goes into France as well. Tourmalet. We cross our fingers, touch wood. Do whatever you've got to do. Do your lucky dance if you're watching at home, so that all that can happen. Thankfully, we are here, at least in spirit. Brian and I are unable to be at the finish line of the Giro d'Italia this year, but enjoying it like you from afar. Off to Agrigento today. Started in Alcomo, stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia, the first road stage, and that blue, the deep blue of the Mediterranean in the background. Is this finally the bike change? Etienne van Empel crashed after he got into a 5-man breakaway. And we've been wondering if he was going to change his bike. He had his hand out for the car there. Let's see if we can see what's happened. And he has had that bike change, Brian.
Yeah, I thought he'd have done it a little bit earlier, but they've managed to sort that out for him. I'm surprised he's not had the doctor car up and maybe got patched up. Maybe he's not too badly injured, but they were travelling at a fair pace when he went round that corner, and I'm sure that he would have had some abrasions, but yeah, he's got every right to have the doctor up and sort out some of the abrasions that happened. But we're just talking about British cycling and the British Championships, seeing that Ben Swift is here, flying the flag for the Brits here with the British champion stripes on, and he'll keep that until they organise the next one. Could be next June, I would think. But just to confirm that we do have British national 50 titles won this morning. I believe that Emily Macon and Kyle Gordon won the men and women's events this morning.
So we reference what happened in terms of the GC contenders. Maybe a couple of others to add into the mix there, but we know that Almeida's up there just a second ahead of Thomas, 26 seconds behind Thomas's Yates, all the way down to Micah at 1:37. Miguel Angel Lopez had come here as a domestique, but he ended up yesterday having surgery in hospital. Thankfully for him, he could walk out of hospital after he had that iliac artery wound sewn up. Not a great day for Kruijswijk at 1:21, Nibali at 1:06, Kelderman at 1:05, and within the minute Vlasov and Oman as well. Brian, it's obvious that Geraint Thomas is going to be happy. Joao Almeida will be delighted with his debut. Tobias Foss at 9 seconds, keep an eye on him as well, because that could change things for Jumbo-Visma as the 3 weeks go along. I mean, it's obvious who's going to be happy and who isn't. Did anybody expect those big gaps yesterday, though?
No, I don't think they did. I think looking at that, there'll be some disappointment there from some of the others. And now they'll be thinking, well, with 2 other time trials coming up, what do they have to do to win this year's Giro d'Italia? And the way I see it is they have to go on the attack. But when we saw what happened to the GC contenders during the Tour de France, there wasn't a great deal of difference between them on the climbing stages, the mountain stages, and likewise here. So they have to kind of really look at their opportunity. And I think with Astana, unfortunate to lose Lopez because he would have been a great asset. Vlasov still in the game a little bit, but I think Astana are here for Fuglsang. They're sitting in a kind of turquoise kit just behind the Team Ineos here at the front, so they're setting second team. So a man down, 7 riders. They'll be looking at their opportunities of trying to win this year's Giro, and even Nibali, you can't discount Nibali. He'll always try, no matter what, whether it's a descent, whether it's surprising everybody on a climb. But I just think we've seen the best of Nibali in the past. It's going to be very difficult for him. Who knows what can happen? But the interesting one, you've just mentioned it, is we now see Van Empel go to the doctor's car here just for these abrasions, and he'll hopefully be patched up. But Foss is the big interest for me. When you consider Bernal won the Tour de l'Avenir 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, and then we had Pogacar win 2 years ago, and then, sorry, I'm getting mixed up now. So Bernal went on to win the Tour de France.
they've all done well in the Tour de l'Avenir,
yeah,
and then they've gone on to do well in the Elite.
Yeah, Pogacar won 2 years ago, and then went on to win the Tour this year. And then I saw this helicopter noise in my head, and then we get Foss won the l'Avenir last year. So is he going to win the Tour de France next year? That's the big thing, and he's already started the Giro d'Italia very well, and if he could do that, that would be absolutely amazing. And I think he's shown what he can do already, and I hope he can stay up there, because everybody seems to be saying we're turning a corner. But all these youngsters coming through all at the kind of same time, all believing that they can do well. And for me, Foss's ride yesterday just shows, what these young riders can do, and let's hope he can go the whole way. And I think, like the Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia, we're actually going to see some surprises. Everybody's talking about the Ciclomino jersey with the battle between Michael Matthews and Peter Sagan. Peter Sagan want to kind of tick that off in his palmares, because as you get kind of later into your career, you're looking for kind of new goals, not the kind of same goals that you do every year. You're looking for kind of inspiration here and there, and I think Peter Sagan being here is going to light up this Giro d'Italia when it comes to the sprint finishes, when it comes to the kind of uphill finishes, and we're going to see some new names coming forward. Be interesting to see Ballerini today as well. I think you have to kind of throw him into the mix, because in the restart of this season, he's ridden tremendously well.
And in that team too is Alvaro Hodge, sprinter who can get up a climb. So who do they ride for? There are so many great question marks, and so many things that are really
talking about that Scottish guy, though, aren't you?
Scotland's Ali Hodge. That's
Yeah.
the one. Yeah. Well, he does have Scottish ancestry. Alvaro Hodge, the Colombian, who has a great story as to why his name's spelt Hodeg, but pronounced Hodge. As you're, I'm sure, aware, Hodge isn't a particularly Hispanic name. Well, Alvaro Hodge's great-grandfather, I think it was, arrived in Colombia as an immigrant from Scotland. And when he was registering his name, the people at the town hall or wherever it was back in the day wrote the name down wrong. So it's always been spelt Hodeg in the family's time in Colombia, but pronounced Hodge. And Alvaro Hodge, the Colombian, is a very, very gifted sprinter, and another man who can climb. Keep your eye out for him. Oh, just under 3 minutes. 117 kilometers to go. Mattia Bai sat there with Thomas de Gent, Ben Gastar, Alessandro Tonelli and Etienne Fenempel. Thomas de Gent up there for a Lotto Soudal team that really has come here chasing stages and nothing else. There's no big GC guy. I mean, Carl Fredrik Hagen is an excellent climber and might well come to the fore tomorrow. But they haven't come, I don't think, with a great plan to support him too well. And yesterday he's another man who lost a lot of time in the time trial. I think tomorrow we'll see another recalibration, and we talked about the uncertainties and the excitement at this Giro d'Italia. I think once we get to the mountain stages, they're going to be even more open now, considering the time people lost yesterday. One of the riders who lost quite a bit of time was Jakob Fuglsang, and I think it would have been a bit of a shock to him. We already know that it was a difficult day for Astana. Let's go and hear them from their Danish leader. Here is Jakob Fuglsang at the end of yesterday, going into the day.
Let's have a quick word with Jakob Fuglsang, who was not too happy yesterday, losing time in the time trial. Jakob, we saw you crossing the line yesterday and you were not in the best mood. How is it now?
No, that time trial went completely different from what we had thought, and the wind changed to be full on headwind basically the whole TT except for the last 2 kilometers. But that's how it is. That's nobody can control the wind, and we have to put that behind us and look forward.
And looking into today's stage, already a little climb tomorrow at night, but also the third week. It's a gamble of seconds in the next weeks. How you see it going?
Yeah, I think okay. Already tomorrow we will probably see a bit more difference. We will have to see. I think today will be let's say a small group arriving to the finish line, and I think guys like Michael Matthews is probably the favorite for today, at least in my eyes.
Thank you.
Michael Matthews, the favourite. He has some form at the moment as well, and he's a man who's raced well wherever he's been, despite not being picked for the Tour de France.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is down to, you know, changing of the team next year, and I don't like to see that. I always think that the best rider should be the best races, and I think Michael Matthews is one of the best bike riders in the world, and should have been at the Tour de France if he wanted to be there. And I think by the sounds of things, he wanted to be there. So, but with this in mind, I'm really looking forward to riding the Giro d'Italia with Peter Sagan. I'm sure there'll be other riders in the mix in today's stage. But yeah, Astana had a very difficult time. But I have to, you know, look at Fuglsang, and I know they've got experience, but my homework yesterday said that you know, at 2 p.m. there was a southerly wind, you know, gusting up to, you know, 40 k's an hour, but on average it was about 24 kilometres an hour. And then throughout the day at 4 p.m. it went to kind of northwesterly, about 15-20 kilometres an hour, which made it, when we kind of cross headwinds all the way down that straight, and a headwind pretty much to the kind of dog leg. So if I've got that information, why is Fuglsang not got that, or his team have got that information? And then he could have decided that maybe he would go off a little bit earlier in the time trial. So I just think they never got it right yesterday. For the late starters, yeah, it was a bit of a lottery. The wind was changing, but the information showed that on certain, you know, wind apps and things like that all the teams use. You know, I was using it back in 2015 with you know, MTN Quebec team for the Tour de France. So you know the wind's going to change. You know what's going to happen. It was a bit of a lottery, but you know, you have to choose. And then speaking afterwards on the breakaway show with Brad Wiggins, I asked him the question, you know, what would you have done? He prefers to go off with the main riders, because the organisation really want the big hitters to go off at the back ends. They all do. They don't want them to go early, so they want them to go off at the back end. And he liked that. He liked the fact that he was one of the you know, the last few riders off. But you have to look at the conditions, and I think the conditions just change. I think Team Ineos got it bang on, putting the riders pretty much early on and in the middle, and it paid dividends in the end. And the same could be said about Mitchelton Scott with Simon Yates. So I think did the ride of the day.
3 minutes. Looks as though that's the gap that everybody's decided on. I say everybody, it's only Ineos Grenadiers riding at the moment. So if Michael Matthews wants to win the stage today, at what stage does his team or any of the others start to ride?
Well, for the moment, I thought that they would have been putting a rider up there sooner rather than later. It seems to be the thing nowadays that the GC days are the GC days, and the GC teams control it, and then the sprint stage are the sprint stages, and the sprinters teams control it. But with this being the second stage, and Team Ineos were happy to come up and ride on the front, stay safe, put the team on the front, you know, no problems. And you can see from the colour here that Astana and the turquoise, and then we got the yellow of Jumbo-Visma, and then we got the Koenig Quick-Step. They're all kind of in team colour order. But the fact that Ineos are keeping the gap down to just over 3 minutes means that, you know, Sunweb and Bora Hansgrohe can sit back, and you know, it is the fact that Ineos were the first team to come up, because I thought Ineos would have thought, well, we're going to sit back, but I think it's more safety than mind than anything else, because when you consider that this is second stage, everybody knows that Geraint Thomas is on really good form. They've got a really strong team. They'll have to do this. If Geraint Thomas goes on to win this Giro d'Italia, they have to do this pretty much every day, right on the front. So I thought maybe they would have chanced another team coming up, but they're not going to take that chance, which means that they're totally focused on trying to deliver Geraint Thomas to a Giro d'Italia win, which I think is good, and they have to do the work at the front.
Rowan Dennis riding at the front alongside Salvatore Puccio. There's Jonathan Castroviejo in third wheel. Then you've got the pink jersey, that's Filippo Ganna, 24-year-old from Verbania in the north of Italy. He's in the very south here in Sicily. And yesterday he won the very first stage of his very first Giro. Maglia Rosa on debut. Something we last saw when we had the race start from the islands as well. Remember that, Brian? We were in Olbia in Sardinia, and it was Lucas Pustulberger who held off the peloton when his original plan was to lead out Sam Bennett. He got that little gap, didn't he? He was told on the radio by Bennett and the rest of his teammates to go, go, go. Pustulberger, on his Giro debut, took the Maglia Rosa. And yesterday, in very different circumstances, because Ganna was the favourite yesterday and would have had all that pressure on him. And it was nice to see a debutant picking up that pink jersey. And a day that whatever happens in, let's face it, what has been and what is going to be a very fruitful career for Filippo Ganna. He might go on to many more bigger things yet. I mean, just this year he's set a new individual pursuit world record. He's picked up rainbow jerseys on the track and on the road. He's won the Italian Nationals. He's won a World Tour time trial. And he's now won a Giro d'Italia time trial on his first day and the pink jersey. But I think this is a day, whatever successes he continues to pick up, he's never, ever going to forget.
I think it's always best to grab what you can as early as you can. You know, we were talking about Bernal last year, about how many Tour de France's can he win, and then he had these problems in this year's Tour de France. So I think for this man, you have to, as they say, seize the moment, and he certainly has done that, and he has to continue to do that. But he just really, you know, I think over the last few years, everybody knows that he was going to be here at some stage, and even to hear that in the time trial yesterday, he never took any big risks. He knew that he was the hot favourite. He remained calm, and he delivered, you know, the perfect time trial. If he'd have taken some more risks, he might have been over 30 seconds up. That's the quality of the rider. But yeah, he's just a powerhouse, and good to see, and good for the Giro d'Italia to have an Italian leader.
Getting towards our classified climb. On our way to Santa Ninfa, and in the breakaway we have Ben Casta, Mattia Bais, Alessandro Tonelli, Thomas de Kent and Etienne Van Empel, all on their way to the first classified climb of the day. They're being chased by Ineos Grenadiers, and the gap is rising. .500 meters to go to the top of the climb. Fourth category climb to Santa Ninfa. And for those of you watching 2 years ago with us on the Giro d'Italia, you will remember these roads. Peloton was going up here on their way to the town at the top. And here we go, the sprint is starting for the points. 3, 2 and 1 on offer for a fourth category climb. And remember, if you can hang on towards the end, then there is a King of the Mountains jersey available. For these guys, it's probably about getting points on the board and then picking up points in the next few days as they go to the mainland. At the moment, it's Thomas de Gendt who's leading this one out. We've had 2 riders distanced out at the back. Van Empel is trying to chase and follow up. Weiss is there, and de Gendt is really going after these. And this maybe is what we're looking at, Brian. This maybe is Thomas de Gendt setting his stall out for this Giro d'Italia and thinking about a tilt at the Mountains jersey.
Well, I think he knows he's going to be in the breakaways. That's the thing. So if there's points up for grabs, he'll take them. So he just pretty much wound that up and just rode everybody off the wheel. That's how strong he is. So 3 points going to Thomas de Gendt. You can just see it here. He just took it on from the front. Everybody was jockeying around behind, trying to get on the wheel. But Thomas de Gendt just wound it up and actually just blew everybody off the wheel and took maximum points.
Thomas again taking 3 points then. You could see that Tonelli was the first to go in the purple jersey for Bardiani. And it was Weiss. And he would take second place, in fact. Weiss in second. And I think it would be Van Empel who would take third and just the single point. So Thomas de Gendt now level at the top of the King of the Mountain standings alongside the man who has the jersey. That is Rick Zabel. Fourth category climb yesterday, and 2 fourth cats are on the road today. So de Gendt at the moment at the top. But remember, it's the stage winner who will take the 3 points on the finish line today as well, because we have a fourth category climb to the winner. So you get the feeling that the Mountains classification will be decided by the stage win today. As we look at Santa Ninfa, where Enrico Battaglin won a stage of the Giro d'Italia 2 years ago. Thomas de Gendt has just won the first of 2 classified climbs today. Took place on the roads of Santa Ninfa, just on the outskirts of town, the same town where Enrico Battaglin won a stage 2 years ago on the Giro. Good crowds out to welcome home Salvatore Puccio, who's from just down the road in Menfi. And it was Thomas de Gendt who took the maximum 3 points. Oh, remember this, Brian? We were here 2 years ago. Alcomo to Agrigento today. 2 years ago it was Agrigento to Santa Ninfa. We started in Agrigento on the day. It was that uphill finish won by Battaglin. Hilltop town, as many are around here. We talked about the geography and the very hilly nature of Sicily. Of course, we're going to see the mountainous nature of Sicily tomorrow when we go up Etna. And some early food for a few riders at the front. Don't worry about those 7.5 minutes you were seeing on the graphic before we went to the break, by the way. That was porky pies, being told by the graphics department over in Italy. I think it's still at around 3.5 minutes. And you're seeing the pink jersey there, who is Pippo Ganna, just tucking into some early lunch. In terms of feeding today, it's a shorter stage, isn't it, Brian? We've got lots of stage over 200 Ks, but today's going to be one of the shorter days on the break.
Yeah, but you still have to feed because, you know, we're in a 3-week-long race. So, you know, normally in a race of this, you could last pretty much with what you've got in your pockets over this distance of 149 kilometres. So, but you got to remember, you have to keep on eating it little and often throughout these days, and keep your energy levels up for the days that are still to come. And you can see that they're just taking it steady on this climb. You asked me a question earlier on, Rob, about when we will see possibly Sunweb or Bora Hansgrohe come to the front. I think potentially when we come down towards the coast area, leave the breakaway out there, let Ineos control the front of the peloton, and once we get onto the flat, because we're over this king of the mountains, then we've got a sprint. The sprint is at the top of a climb. After that, then when we come down off of that onto the kind of flatter part of the kind of middle of the stage, we may see Sunweb come to the front.
Well, here is the peloton. In fact, that gap has gone up just whilst they've been having some early lunch. You see the peloton bunched up behind, and here is Puccio. Special moment for him again, and after that stage 2 years ago, he might have thought that, well, I might not get the opportunity to ride on home roads again. Puccio is another man, rather like Vincenzo Nibali, who had to go to the mainland to develop a cycling career. It's very, very difficult for Sicilian riders, even though the Tour of Sicily is actually older than the Tour of Italy. It was 2 years before we had the first Giro d'Italia, and the Tour of Sicily, the Giro di Sicilia, 1907 it started. Stage to Agrigento, won by Luigi Ganna. No relation of Pippo Ganna, who leads the Giro d'Italia here. If you remember, the first ever Giro was 1909, 2 years after that. And it was the same man, it was Luigi Ganna who won the first ever Giro as well. Again, no relation, but something to think about. As we get our first look of the day of that rather wacky kit. There were a few finds about yesterday. Do we know what all that was about, Brian? Because EF Pro Cycling turned up apparently for the team presentation 2 days before, and it was only in the communique yesterday after stage one that they, according to the UCI, had not worn the correct clothing. I'm not sure quite what that was about, but it cost them over 4,000 Swiss francs as a team.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised in that as well. The fact that the whole team plus the sports director got fines. I think someone maybe alluded to, maybe they signed on, they wanted to kind of keep it under wraps, and they signed on, and something else, whether it never represented their team kit, or I really don't know, but it's something that we'll find out with time. But yeah, the whole team plus the sports director got fined, so it was an expensive day for them yesterday.
Oh, dearie me, dearie me. Quacker's fine. 1-1, Brian. Intermediate sprint is next up. 3.1 kilometres to go. Now, the intermediate sprints at the Giro d'Italia, different to what we have at the Tour de France. Of course, in the last few years, we've seen intermediate sprints happen just once in a stage in the Tour de France. Here in the Giro d'Italia, we generally have 2 per stage, Brian.
Yeah, we certainly do. We've got one coming up with 102.9 kilometres to go, so just under 3 kilometres to the first sprint. And the sprint is about points, but not as many as you would get for the Tour de France. There's some small points, maximum 12 points you can pick up during the stage today. But the one coming up is a points sprint for the Ciclamino jersey. You get points at the end as well, but the second of the sprints has a 3, 2 and 1 second bonus. So we've got bonus sprint and we've got the point sprint.
And that is a pattern, I understand from the rules, that continues every single day. So it's the first intermediate sprint that gives you points, no time bonuses. The second gives you time bonuses, but no points. So 3, 2 and 1 seconds in terms of time bonus is available in the second sprint. And that's an interesting one today because it comes very, very close to the end of the stage, doesn't it?
It does. 12.1 kilometres to go to the stage finish. There are 8 places in the point sprint, so not as many as we get in the Tour de France, but you get the top 15. So 12, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. So with 5 riders in front, there's still a couple of points up for grabs for the Ciclamino jersey, so worth having if you're thinking of that competition. We might see you know, Michael Matthews. He's always astute into these type of things. In Tirreno Adriatico, he popped up and just rolled over and took a 1 second bonus. So thinking about these things all the time, which you have to do, and we know that Matt Winston's in the car yet again for the team, so he'll be thinking about that. Maybe take a couple of points. It all adds up in the end.
3 long weeks all the way to Milan. So 2Ks to go to that first intermediate sprint, and here we are looking at points for the Maglia Ciclamino. Probably actually there's no talk about Barbiani having to change their jersey because it's similar to the Maglia Ciclamino as well. They've gone purple, haven't they, in the last couple of years from the green team outfit that we had.
We're just talking about the jerseys of EF Pro Cycling. Apparently they turned up with the kit on to sign on, and the UCI are saying that they didn't get the registration of the kit to the UCI. So I think this debate will go on, because the Education First are riding the same kit as they rode yesterday, so it's maybe a paperwork thing, but I think you've got to consider that their kit was predominantly pink, and one of the reasons for they changed the kit, a bit of PR as well, was to respect the pink jersey, because Jumbo-Visma are very difficult to see the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, so a bit of respect, and now the UCI are claiming they haven't received the registration. So I think the paperwork hopefully will be sorted soon, and that'll be the end of this debate.
Not the end of the criticism of the UCI in the newspapers this morning, actually. The Italian press coming down quite hard on the UCI. Apparently, you know that we've been having the VAR. In fact, I remember the first time I had a look at the VAR van was when we were in Santa Ninfa. You and I went up and had a look around the van that they have at the finish line. And, you know, for those of you who follow football, cricket, rugby, other sports that has the television replayers, we're seeing the 12 points on offer there on that graphic, all the way down to 8th place. It's the first 8 places that take intermediate sprint points. So we might have a little bit of a battle behind in the peloton once we get there. Partanna is where we'll see the points given out, just up here, just up this road, in a few hundred metres. But yes, apparently there is no VAR, Brian, at this Giro d'Italia. The UCI has said that it's a cost thing, and it's only going to be at the Tour de France and the 5 monuments. So any incident that isn't picked up by our cameras, any incident that has to be ruled upon during the race, well, it's going to be missed this year by the video referees. No video referees at this race, apparently, according to the Gazzetta dello Sport this morning.
I find that a little bit hard, because it was in remember we covered the Viviani incident last year, where Bramati went into the van to see the TV pictures.
Oh dear, oh no. Let's hope that is out the way by the time the peloton comes in, both for its safety and for the riders. And it's funny, in Sicily, you know, I was chased by a couple of wild dogs when I went out running when we were there last time. Now then, De Gent is hungry today. He's already picked up points for the King of the Mountains, and he's after intermediate sprint points here. He's being chased by Mattia Weiss, and we're getting a look at this intermediate sprint. Looks rather like a King of the Mountains point. It's uphill, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the peloton when they come through here, and if anybody's going to be interested in the points. For now, it looks as though De Gent is going to take maximum points, I think. Here he comes, and here is the archway. So Thomas De Gent quite clearly the strongest to the breakaway, Brian, and all-terrain. He's the man that towed them clear of the peloton. He took the King of the Mountains points, and he's just destroyed them at the intermediate sprint. 12 points in the race for the Maglia Ciclamino for Thomas De Gent.
He just wants his cake and eat it. That's what he wants. It's a Thomas De Gent day. Can he keep it going to the the next sprints and the finishing line? You wouldn't put it past him, but with 4.5 minutes, it's with the teams that will ride behind. But Thomas De Gent just wanting everything today, and he's just so strong. And I think he looked stronger than he did in the Tour de France. Tour de France must have been just a kind of warm up for him.
most Thomas de Gent thing in the world, isn't it? Riding the Tour de France to warm up for another Grand Tour. He's on a roll, actually. He's ridden quite a few back-to-back at the moment. But the sequence is going to be interrupted, obviously, because of what's happened with the calendar, given the fact that he can't then ride the Vuelta afterwards, because the Vuelta starts during the Giro this year. But in my notes, I'm looking down. It is a Tour Giro double for him. 7th Grand Tour in succession for Thomas de Gent. I think he missed the start of a Grand Tour at the 2018 Giro. Of course, as I said, the sequence will be broken because of the way the calendar works out. So he's not going to go for his teammate Adam Hansen's record of 20, I think it is. But it's not a bad effort, that. 7 in a row.
That's what I was just about to pick up, Adam Hansen on that team. And it was, what, 21 in a row? He did
20 in a row, I think.
20 in a row. And, you know, he's still riding. I believe after this, he's going to be moving over to do some Ironman stuff.
Yep, 2011 and 2018. Between those years, Adam Hansen rode 20 Grand Tours in a row, setting a brand new record.
Didn't spend much time at home then, did he?
Well, it is home for him. He's been in a few different countries. He was a resident of the Czech Republic. I think he lives in the UAE right now.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, out that way, yeah.
So the breakaway's going to come back together. Nice to see you again, mate. Mattia Pais on the right-hand side, who's already had a kicking on 2 occasions from Thomas de Gent. And they will now wait for Empel, Tonelli and Gastau to catch up. That's how the points have worked. There are 3 more sets of points for the Maglia Ciclamino now. 3, 2 and 1 for the first 3 riders from the peloton who cross. How interested do they get? Here comes Arnaud Démare.
Yeah, so we're talking about Sagan and Michael Matthews. But yeah, Démare here not just thinking about stage placings, he's thinking about the Ciclamino jersey. And I think if I remember last year he was doing something likewise. He was going for pretty much every point.
Except this year, Arnaud Démare is in the form of his life. He is probably the best sprinter out there alongside Bennett in the world this year. Caleb Ewan would have a case to be up there as well, although despite his excellent performance at the Tour de France, he's not here at the Giro d'Italia. You know, there was talk initially that Ewan was going to double up. But here comes Arnaud Démare, and look out for him in 4th wheel. He's in the French national jersey. On his wheel, we have Fernando Gaviria. Hello. This could get very, very interesting. And riders setting their stall out on day 1. And you might think, well, it's completely normal. They're going for points. There's only 3, 2 and 1 points available here. And the fact that they're all fighting for them already, I think is brilliant news for us watching this Giro d'Italia.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we're seeing also that Sagan
as well
is getting up there. And, you know, as they say, points make prizes.
Well, it's a 3-week game show, this one. Sagan getting right up there. Gaviria has no teammates around him, but he sits on the wheel of Arnaud Démare, and we've just seen what the run up to this looks like. It is very hilly and fairly steep, Brian.
Yeah, it's just round the corner here, isn't it? It's just starting to wind up now. I've not seen Michael Matthews towards the front, and for some reason we go to the breakaway.
Yep, we just saw the sprint happening at the corner of our eye. The director has chosen to ignore it. And we do have a sprint, and well, we did have a sprint. I think it's been won by Gaviria.
Yeah, we think from Démare. We're
going to get a replay. Well, our host broadcasters in Italy, for some reason, deciding not to show us the sprint. And looking back at Lawson Craddock. And that was the intermediate sprint. The TV, they call it in Italy. Riguardo volante, and this is it. So Gaviria, off the back of the wheel of Arnaud Démare, around that corner with 100 metres to go. Oh, and we had a crash. That looked like Viviani.
Yep.
Gaviria going for it, getting the points. 3 points to him and 2 points to Arnaud Démare. Behind, looked as though it was a Bora Hansgrohe jersey. We'll wait to get the graphic with confirmation. But the Cofidis rider going down, I was going to say, would have been either Consonni or Viviani.
Yeah, I was looking at the Cofidis setup for today, and I think it would suit Consonni more than it would do for Viviani. And I think it's important. The reason why going for these points is it will make a difference in the end, because if there's we're assuming that some of these riders that will be up there, Gaviria thinks he might be up there in the finish, Demar might be up there in the finish today, and even if you don't win the stage, you know, having a couple of extra points.
It's Consonni, the man who was down. Sorry to interrupt, Brian, but it was Simone Consonni, sprinter in his own right, a winner of a stage in a big race, and here he is getting up again.
But that's not
the second time he's been down.
That's not the first time. This is the second time. Is he on the back there? He's already crashed.
Oh, dearie me.
He's trying to get back on, and he crashes again. What? I don't think he can believe it. I don't understand. Everybody was going round the corner the same. I don't know whether he's picked up something on his tyres or something like that, but you know, from the first crash, because he did slides.
If you were him, you'd want the bike change, wouldn't you? And you'd be going around these corners very gingerly.
It's a strange one. We saw yesterday that Camperarts was complaining he was the only rider to crash in that corner. A few had a couple of wobbles, but that's a surprising one that he already crashed just before the sprint. Oh, I think it was him. That's the reason why he was at the back there, getting back on, and then, you know, crashing again. He don't really need that, and it looked as if they'd put something on his leg from the first crash. So yeah, quite unfortunate for Consonni, because looking at the riders, I put him down after I think, you know, a couple of good showings in the Tour de France. Today's stage would have suited him in this final.
He does tend to climb a little better than Elia Viviani. He's also a tremendous track rider in his own right, is Simone Consonni. He's from a really good cycling family as well, because those of you who've been watching our coverage of women's cycling as well will have seen Chiara Consonni, his sister, who rides for the Italian national team on the track and on the road. Another really fast rider, similar sort of rider to her brother, actually. And Simone Consonni, despite probably being most days a lead-out man for Elia Viviani in the flatter sprints, I'd imagine that he could have taken his own sort of... Now then, there's a bandage or something being dropped somewhere.
Yeah, he already had some netting on his leg there. I think it may have been from another time, because it would have been quick.
He can't have had a bandage in the 3 seconds between the two crashes.
Yeah, I don't think he could have. So I think he already had an injury. So they say things happen in 3. So if he's already had a crash coming into this Giro and 2 in the same day, hopefully that's over for him.
I'd like to see a replay of the first crash again if we could get it, a closer one, just to confirm that it was indeed Consonni who crashed first time. Hopefully our colleagues at Italian television can do that for us, because it certainly looked as though Consonni was on the back anyway, so you would assume it would have been him. We'd like to get confirmation. Here's Vlasov off the back as well now. It's not been a good start for Astana, has it? Oh dear. That was rotten luck yesterday for Miguel Angel Lopez with that crash, wasn't it? When he had his hands sort of half out the bars and he hit that bump on the road. He had surgery last night, by the way. He was operated on for a very deep wound to his iliac artery. Thankfully, he was able to walk out of the hospital afterwards and was back at the team hotel. As we look at Castelvetrano, and its wonderful dome on the top of the cathedral there. Turquoise tiles, almost the colour of the sea in this area. And, well, with the turquoise jersey on, I think that was the last time we'll have seen Miguel Angel Lopez yesterday, leaving Astana supposedly at the end of the year. And we wish him all the best. He was unable to finish yesterday. Back with Etienne Fenempel. Still in the province of Trapani right now, heading to Agrigento province, in around the next 10 to 15 kilometres. now then. Elia Viviani. Oh, it was Viviani who crashed. Just look on the left-hand side there. So you can't get more unlucky. And this is the replay we want. Viviani on the left-hand side here, trying to follow Arnaud Demar and sliding out. So one Cofidis rider down. Viviani is the man. Gaviria winning the sprints. Demar behind him. And then Consonni crashing separately.
Yeah, I think Consonni might have been, waiting at the back there and crashed himself and is involved with the chase. But you can just see the marks on the left-hand side there. But on a dry road, when he hit, he still slid. So it just goes to show you that, as everybody was saying yesterday, that these roads are pretty slippy. But it was a strange one. Because it wasn't as if he was banking it over that much. So I don't know what tyres Cofidis are using, but maybe they should look at that. But it's kind of very difficult one to see two Cofidis riders in two corners who kind of slide out when it wasn't too much of a sharp corner, especially on the first one. The second one a little bit different with Consonni, but yeah, that's you would kind of lose a little bit of confidence there.
Gap in the meantime remains pretty much unchanged, 4:18. Take loose, both sprinters wondering what the heck happened. You can't get more unlucky than a Cofidis rider some days, can you? Well, for those of you who aren't watching uninterrupted on the Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass, we can confirm that it was indeed Elia Viviani who crashed in the sprint. And that was followed by his teammate Simone Consonni, who'd been waiting for him at the back of the bunch. That's Selinunte, the ruins they found there. Another ancient Greek civilization. More distracted by the beautiful colour of the water in the background. I tell a lot of us are still thinking about going on a holiday some point, if we can ever leave again. I think this place would be worth a visit as well, though. Look at that beach in the background. The man at the front of the peloton knows all about it. Local boy, Salvatore Puccio's developed into a really strong domestique, and I think I heard the other day that Chris Froome was raving about Salvatore Puccio's abilities as domestique. We get a look at another Sicilian, Vincenzo Nibali there, wearing number 191. He's got the sort of red on white on his back. He's got the navy shorts on, and he was chatting to Fernando Gaviria. How will Vincenzo Nibali be feeling after yesterday? Happy, disappointed? I mean, he says he's happy in the paper, but you get the feeling that on another day Nibali would have lost a little less time than that, wouldn't he?
Knowing Nibali, he's a fighter, and it just means that he has to fight a little bit more, and he knows his way around the Giro d'Italia the last week and the big mountain stages, and he'll be happy just to get round that time trial. Okay, he would have preferred to lose a little bit less time, but for Nibali, it doesn't matter if he loses a minute, 2 minutes, he's still there to be able to fight for winning. And if we cast your mind back to when Kruijswijk crashed on the Col d'Agnello in the descents, and what Nibali did, you can't discount. But I just don't think that Nibali is where he is at the moment, where he was quite a few years ago. I don't think he's quite there. I think, dare I say it, kind of age catching up a little bit with him. He doesn't seem to be the kind of same rider, but he'll battle on, and it's going to make good viewing, because the more you put Nibali down, the more time you put into him, the more aggressive he becomes.
You're looking at the largest archaeological park in Europe. You mentioned that it was of ancient Greek origin. Of course, we're in Sicily here, but in a few days we'll be heading towards the southeast of Italy. And down in Puglia there, you know that there's some towns where some of the great grannies and granddads still remember learning ancient Greek. Not modern Greek, but ancient Greek as a sort of dialect that was passed down through the years. And that remains in certain old, forgotten about villages in Puglia. Here in Sicily, it's very much more an Arab influence. You can hear that in some of the dialect that's spoken. This is the difference between the breakaway in terms of numbers. Man in pink highlighted at the bottom. Travelling less quick today so far. Thomas de Gent putting out those big numbers. Look at that, over 1,000 watts just to get out there, and that I imagine will have been either the dart away for the breakaway or for one of those sprints, Brian. 1,000 watts, that little max power.
Yeah, it looks as if that would be for, I would think, the King of the Mountains, when he just kind of wound it up and wound it up. But yeah, it just goes to show you that Thomas, again, he's wanting everything today. He's in the breakaway. He set the breakaway up, he kind of told them away. Now everybody's doing their turn, thinking about, you know, how far they can get into this stage, but still going to be very difficult, because if it stays just over 4 minutes, as soon as we come down onto the coast now, I would think that another team will come up to the front. And interestingly enough, that in that sprint, Gaviria took it from Demar. We think it was Sagan that took the other 1 point, yet to be confirmed. But Sunweb, Michael Matthews never get involved, and I think they're looking more potentially on the stage win rather than the Ciclamino jersey.
Peter Sagan in 8th place, by the way. They're taking the 1 remaining point. So again, with maximum points. And this is Simon Yates, or Simon Philip, as we call him at the Giro d'Italia. Graphic always reminding us of his middle name here in Italy. Off the back for Mitchelton Scott. I don't think there was an issue or anything to worry about. In terms of today's parkour, we're getting towards the more relaxed part of it. We've had the hills at the start, and for the next 80 kilometres or so, yes, there's the odd rise and fall, but it's the easiest part of today's parkour. There's Elia Viviani at the back, just in conversation with the number 93, who is Simon Clark. Simon Clark riding for EF. And Viviani, well, he may want to visit his team car or even the doctor's car.
Quella doveva essere prevista, non che la domenica lui deve attivare la segreteria, doveva essere già prevista.
Tonelli at the front for Bardiani. We focused on the disappointment for Astana yesterday. What about poor Luca Covilli? Mechanical problem, flat tyre, new wheel, and then a wheel that didn't work. 7 minutes down, Luca Covilli. An absolute disaster for him. Actually 7:14 from Ganna, and the time cut-off was 5:12, so they weren't going to waive any of the rules for a good 2.5 minutes almost outside the time limit, were they?
No, it's a really difficult one. Difficult to come into the Giro d'Italia, the biggest race for that rider, and have those mechanical troubles and not be able to finish. But rules are rules. You know, we see this all the time. But like you said, it's not any fault of his own. It was a fault of his equipment. So
yeah, I'm just reading from the report in the newspaper this morning, because we didn't get to see it, did we, yesterday? He wasn't one of the big name riders, and it's impossible to show every rider in a time trial where everybody's starting at minute intervals. But the newspaper said that he had a puncture early on, and then on the descent he lost a lot of time because of that. He had 2 bike changes throughout the whole of just 15 kilometres. So unlucky. And poor Luca Covilli, out of the Giro d'Italia, not even able to get to day 2. And, well, he's cleaning his wounds himself, is Elia Viviani, the former Italian and European champion. skeleton of the Giro d'Italia, 4.5 minutes behind the 5-man breakaway. We're on flatter roads for the first time since the start. Heading into the province of Agrigento, where we finished today. Don't pass too much civilization until we get to the finish itself. We'll have an intermediate sprint at Porto Empedolce when we hit the coast. That's with 12 kilometers to go. And into the famous Valley of the Temples. We've already seen a few ancient Greek remains, and they're the most famous ones down at Agrigento with 4.5 k's to go. From then on, it's a climb up to the finish. Maximum gradient of 9% with 3 kilometers to go. But I think it's a fairly fast climb. It's a climb that, as you were saying, Brian, is like a cipressa or a poggio from Milano-Sanremo. And Jakob Fuglsang, I think, will be happy to get to the end of it without any more misfortune for he or his team. Yesterday, end of the day, 1 minute 25 seconds down on Joao Almeida, the best of the GC guys. 1 minute 24 on Geraint Thomas, if you want to talk about the biggest names in the race. He was going to have to find some time at some point. I think he'd settle for a calm day before tomorrow. We already go up to Mount Etna and a brand new finish on Etna. I remember driving over this viaduct, Brian.
I thought you had your eyes closed at the time.
That's because you were driving, of course. Always got my eyes closed when you're at the wheel.
You're supposed to be getting
Joe Smith.
You were navigator.
I think they were just finishing. Well, try to be. Not much to navigate here, just follow the road, mate.
It's the bumps.
I think they were finishing this, weren't they, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, so when you come over, it's the bumps that were there because they kind of slab it a little bit. So every time you're hitting the bumps. So yeah, spectacular though, eh?
And the views from it, if you can afford to look down, were brilliant. When you're in the cars, those guardrails are quite high. You sort of got to be sitting and looking away and sort of looking into the distance to get any view. It's a great television shot, that, isn't it? Good job it's not as windy as yesterday, that's all I'm going to say.
Don't think they're quite getting the shot that they had at the World Championships with Anna van der Breggen.
It was a television shot for the ages. Congratulations to our colleagues at Rai TV in Italy. That was absolutely wonderful work. I would guess that the camera operator on that there has been given the National Medal of Honor already. It was brilliant. But what an advertisement for the worlds, the sport and the country itself, because you had everything in that single shot. And Anna van der Breggen is one of the most classy, stylish riders you have ever seen on a bicycle. You had the hills in the background in Emilia-Romagna, the vineyards there. I guess all you needed was a bit of sunshine. This isn't a bad follow-up, and there's the Maglia Rosa. 14 years since an Italian won the opening time trial of the Giro d'Italia. He's in good company there. It wasn't in Italy the last time it happened, it was in Serran, over in Belgium. Paolo Savoldelli, 2006, taking the Maglia Rosa in a time trial on the opening day. Young team, isn't it, for Bardiani here, as usual. Tonelli, one of the riders who's ridden the Giro d'Italia before. For this man, for Nempel, it's a debut. And for the man at the front, Rowan Dennis, he's been in the pink jersey in Sicily before. He has mixed memories, actually, of Sicily, because the first time that we came to Sicily in this sort of last 4-year period where I think we've come 3 out of 4 years now to Sicily, the last 4 Italian editions of the Giro d'Italia. Rowan Dennis didn't make it to Sicily. He rode the first 2 stages in Sardinia and then had to abandon when we came to Sicily. A year later, we started in Israel. And Dennis came to Sicily with the pink jersey on, and he kept it, as we see the Menfi local cyclists with their image of Salvatore Puccion. Look at that. In the Maglia Rosa, Again on Giro debut. That was after the team time trial. That was on one of the islands around near Naples. Might have been Capri, actually. Brad Wiggins will remember that because he was in that team time trial winning team. You can hear from Brad and from Brian alongside Ola and Dan tonight. They'll be talking about Liège-Bastogne-Liège, women's and men's races, and the Giro d'Italia. You'll be able to watch that on the GCN Race Pass and on the Eurosport Player. Lots to talk about tonight. This is going to be a nice image. There are the supporters with the banner. I wonder if Puccio can see them. Give him a wave, go on. They're discarding some moussettes as souvenirs anyway. All smiles at the moment. Oh, that's because the drinks are in. Might be Prosecco in a few hours if you can pick the winner. Hasn't been too thirsty work so far. Michael Matthews approaching the halfway point of today's stage. Of the few long, wide roads we take on here. Peloton will be thankful for the fact that they are new roads. Victor Caparat will be after yesterday's scathing attack. When he gave that interview, we were a little fearful for what might happen throughout the day, but it turned out that it was one of the few to voice his anger in the end. Bit of sustenance for the peloton on stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia. Started in Alcomo today on stage 2, and we're heading to Agrigento. 149 kilometers. We've just left the province of Trapani where we began, and we're into the destination province today. Agrigento province and town of the same name where we head. First Giro d'Italia finish there for 12 years. It's the same finish we had 12 years ago. The winner came from the peloton, but it came from a group of GC guys, really. Riccardo Rico was the winner on the day. The 5 on your screen will be hoping to try and hold off the peloton. They've got their biggest gap so far, 5 minutes and 9 seconds. Well, we said that this road had been constructed in the last few years, and Brian Smith and I drove down it. They still haven't finished it. It is a part of the world I am completely besotted by there. Just look at that in the distance. You're never too far away from a pretty mountain like Etna or a glorious beach. And we've seen, if you want a history lesson as well, there's plenty of that around. Just before we even get onto the cuisine. And whilst Brian has a little bit of lunch, that's a spipogana. I bet what Brian's eating is a little more unhealthy than the rice cakes or whatever Ganna's tucking into here. Puccio, welcome home to Menfi. And whilst everyone has a little bite to eat, let's go and hear from Michael Matthews. If he can win today.
Let's have a quick word also with Michael Matthews, who is definitely one of the favourites today. Michael, on paper, this stage looks actually perfect for you, no? And form is good?
Yeah, I think so. The Worlds was good last weekend. The climbing legs are good, so hopefully I've recovered it in time for this stage today. But yeah, you see the climbers here, they're going to go full. So I just have to try and have faith that I can get up there and still have a good sprint in the final.
It's a bit over 4 kilometers long. Did you guys have somebody already recon it, or did you yourself do a recon on it in case?
It wasn't in reach of us to see, but in person. But yeah, we have Google Maps and Velo Viewer these days that basically feels like we've been there. So we know it, but in the end, the legs speak in the final. Let's see what we can do.
And do you think the stage could also unfollow unpredictable or breakaway or something, or you guys get a full control of it?
I think definitely anything could happen. It's quite a short stage, so it's going to be quite explosive. But I think a lot of guys want to go for the stage today. It suits a lot of guys in the peloton today, so I think a lot of teams will have the same idea as us to try and have a hard final.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Michael Matthews' final Grand Tour for Sunweb. At the end of the year, he'll pull on the Mitchelton Scott jersey for the second spell in his career. There's Rick Zabel catching up with some friends. I think that's Michael Mattis he's having a chat with. Zabel in the King of the Mountains jersey. Maglia Azzurra. It's a blue jersey at the Giro d'Italia, the King of the Mountains jersey. But going back to Matthews, doesn't look to have the look of a guy who's leaving the team. They certainly seem to still be entirely based around him and looking for wins, which isn't always the case, is it? Because sometimes you announce you're leaving a team and you're cast aside. They don't want to know about you. It doesn't look like it's the case here.
No, it doesn't, and it's good to see, and I think that should be the case anyway. I just don't like it when that happens, because normally in a typical year, a lot of the kind of big riders are signed up during the Tour de France, the rest days round about there, and then there's a bit of a kind of pecking order afterwards, and then there's a few spaces left until maybe after the World Championships, but not that many, and then the teams decide that who's going to what races and make it difficult. We talked about it during the Tour de France about Sam Bennett last year going to the Vuelta, trying to get out his contract last year, and the rider's been told apparently by management not to help him, and we don't like to see any of that stuff. We just want to see the riders totally motivated, the team going in to back the best riders to get the best performances pretty much all year long. So it has kind of reared its head up in the past. I remember getting a phone call from a certain world champion who was leaving a team wanting to ride the Tour of Britain as preparation for a defence of his title, and he wasn't going to be allowed that by his team. So he wanted to put pressure on the race organisers to get him into the team and insist that he was in that team. So these things could have happened in the past. I think now everybody's happy because it's only 3 months shortened season. Everybody's just happy to go out there and race no matter what, just try and get as much publicity as possible, and I think that's a good thing, and I'm glad that Michael Matthews is here, because we're going to see a nice battle between himself, Damar, Pirisagan. It's going to be of real interest. But just noticed as well towards the front now, for the first time, we've seen another team up starting to help with the chase.
Two teams in fact now. You can see Mikkel Bjerg in third wheel there. He is the Danish former under-23 world time trial champion. He's wearing the white jersey and looking after it for Filippo Ganna today. Ganna holds not just the pink jersey, but the Maglia Ciclamino, the points jersey, and the Maglia Bianca, the white jersey as well. So UAE Emirates obviously trying to ride. Now, is that for Diego Ulissi or is it for Fernando Gaviria? That's another question that we will have to pose towards the end today. And we were just talking about Michael Matthews, and Team Sunweb have added a rider into second wheel, and I suppose they've done that because the gap has reached 5 minutes now, and we're getting to 75 k's to go. 5 riders out in front. Yes, there's no panic yet, Brian, but they don't want to have to panic later on, do they?
No, I think it was just a case of timing. We did say once the kind of lumps and bumps earlier in the stage, and we come back onto the kind of flatter part of the course. And what Team Ineos have done is they kind of let the gap go out a little bit. With Thomas again, you can never take any chances, so they've let it go out a little bit. That way they kind of entice other teams. If you're here to try and win the stage, then help us ride on the front, and we see this all along. So 2 teams, UAE and Sunweb, riding. No Bora Hansgrohe at the same time, and I think the reason why Bora Hansgrohe won't come up and help too much is because they've got a 2-pronged attack. Micah apparently for the overall, he'll be disappointed, but Sagan for the Ciclamino jersey.
Now then, We really have started to ride. As soon as Puccio pulled over there, it's the Sunweb rider who came to the front. And Biel, who we just saw his third in the overall general classification. None of that matters now. He's being put to work. White jersey or no white jersey, you will do your teamwork. And the pace is notably upped. And we've seen that reflected already in the time gap. 20 seconds chopped off just like that, Brian.
Yeah, no, continue to come down. I think the fact that Thomas de Gent is there, you have to ride with some pace, bring it down to a manageable gap, and you know, once we get closer to the finish, they'll bring it down even more. But the interest for me is not this man here, but we touched upon it with UAE. Can Gaviria get up the climb at the end? Ulisi seems to be the best suited towards it. But we have to watch that man, Almeida, because if he decides that he wants to have a crack and try to take the pink jersey, then we'll see. It could put the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say.
"22 seconds between Pipo Ganna and Joao Almeida. Almeida wearing and looking after the Maglia Ciclamino at the moment. He wants to exchange it for a Maglia Rosa tomorrow. There are 10 bonus seconds for winning the stage, let's not forget. 10, 6 and 4 on the finish. For this man, if he's going to be up there sprinting, there are also more King of the Mountains points available as well. So do you think that he'll be looked after today by Israel Startup Nation? He's not the sort of sprinter who has often had a full team riding for him and had his own opportunities. Very much differing to his father's career when he was the main man, wasn't he, in all the teams he rode in. Rick Zabel, so far in his career, has been sort of a second-tier sprinter, a man for the classics and a support rider. As we see Manuel Ebuaro coming up to the front and having a chat with Sunweb and maybe just asking what they're doing there, because maybe wanting things to stay calm.
No, it was a case of they were actually putting everybody in the gutter. They were sitting at the front, two very strong riders, Dines and Sberg, so they were sitting towards the kind of left-hand side of the road, which when you get a large peloton, it was kind of stringing things out, putting everybody in the gutter. And I think Guaro just said, move over this way a little bit, and you know, so that people can use the kind of whole of the roads, and it makes it easier for riding in the group behind.
He wasn't asking him to knock it off a bit then, because they've just chopped off 45 seconds straight like that.
If you've been told to do a job, you have to do a job, and
of course, but that doesn't change the way that cycling is run politically. And Guada's a wily old fox, isn't he? He might just be saying, come on guys, loads of time to go. Yeah, here we go, there's a conversation again. And he's radioing back now to see what the score is. And it's funny because as soon as Guado drifts back, he has a laugh with a couple of the Ineos Grenadiers riders behind as well, as if to say, what are these guys doing?
Well, they've been told to bring the gap down to a manageable, probably about 2.5, 3 minutes. So, you know, you can put a dent in it straight away. So they've been sat for the half the stage, starting the peloton. So they want to do the best job possible. And you've got Dines and Sberg and two big engines. So they've decided to up the tempo, make it a little bit faster, bring this gap down pretty quickly to a more manageable, and then settle it down. Guaro's come up and said something, but they're no interest. Dines went straight onto his race radio and said something. I don't know what he said. Probably said, do we keep on riding this hard? And Mark Winston went, yeah, keep on riding this hard.
Said it in a Lancashire accent as well.
Or maybe it's been lost in translation.
Dens, of course, second on the stage of the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago, let's not forget that day that I think it was the first day after the rest day that Mohoric won. We went to Gualdo Tarino, right in the heart of northern Italy, sort of central northern belt between Tuscany and the Marche.
That was a hard stage, that, and the two of them came to the end together.
They attacked in the last sort of 20, 30 Ks, didn't they, of that rolling terrain. Matej Mohoric and Nico Dens. Bennett won the sprint from the bunch for third place. ahead of Enrico Battaglin, who was obviously in form in that Giro because he'd earlier won a stage down here in Sicily. Ken's in his first year at Sunweb, by the way, for leaving Agir de Zella Mondial. Came through the ranks there, despite the fact he's a German rider, now riding for a German team. He was developed down in Chambéry. And I know that Agir de Zella had great hopes for him. It's funny that he's the sort of rider that would fit much better into the team the way they're going now with their classics lineup than the way that they have been developing towards GC with Romain Bardet in the last couple of years. But it doesn't always work how you want it at the time. But Den's got himself a very good move to Sunweb, 26 years of age, and he could be a really important ride for them at this Giro d'Italia. Doing a great job at the front of the bunch. Already a minute and 15 seconds chopped off the gap. It's down to 3:53 with 70 k's to go. What's the reaction then if you're a sports director of one of the riders in this bunch, Brian? Because you were sailing a moment ago, over 5 minutes, maybe able to just conserve a bit of energy and, you know, play that game with the peloton where you don't really gain more time, but try to save a bit of energy, just roll through and keep that 5-minute gap. Now, what do? Do they have to ride a little harder earlier on here to keep this gap and keep working and keep fighting?
Well, that's what Sunweb and UAE are doing. They're forcing the question. What they're trying to do is you know, ride it down quickly to get a reaction from the breakaway in front and kind of test them out.
Oh, what's happening here? Because Alexander Vlasov is one of the big young riders in the sport at the moment. We've already seen him off the back a little earlier on, and I wondered if at the time there was a mechanical issue or if there was some sort of other issue. But here, he's not just having a bad day. I mean, because we talked about Astana having awful luck. I wonder if something else is happening here, because he doesn't look great, does he? Doesn't look, for example, Brian, that he's got a purpose here. And I'm thinking going to collect bidons or anything like that, because you surely wouldn't think that they'd be sending Vlasov back to do that job, given how important he could be in the general classification. But he's looking around now. I wonder if it's a bike change, maybe. He's off to the right-hand side here. Just keep an eye on this.
No, shake of the head.
Now off to the right-hand side, shake of the head. There's the Astana car. Oh, no. No, no, no. This isn't happening, is it? Looks as though he's not so well. Yesterday, Miguel Angel Lopez was forced to retire from the Giro d'Italia for Astana. The big support for Jakob Fuglsang, and you can just see that a space is being cleared in the back seat for Alexander Vlasov to get into. He's leaving his car, he's leaving his bike, and Alexander Vlasov is clearly not very well. One of the dark horses to win this thing, but Alexander Vlasov on stage 2 is going to leave Astana with 6 riders. This is a disastrous start for Astana and Jakob Fuglsang, Brian Smith.
Yeah, one of the worst starts, like you say, losing Lopez and Vlasov, two very, very strong riders, and like you say, Vlasov was you know, a dark outsider for potential, you know, winning this race or even podium. So yeah, something's not right there, and yeah, it's going from you know, bad to worse for Astana at the moment.
Alexander Vlasov abandons the Giro d'Italia halfway into the first road stage. You really have to feel for the team from Kazakhstan. Bad news for those of you who've been away at the advert break. If you're not watching uninterrupted on the Eurosport app or on the GCN Race Pass, you will have not seen this a moment ago. Alexander Vlasov already off the back earlier on in the day. Space being cleared for him. And getting in the car, having to retire from the Giro d'Italia. A disaster for Astana. Welcome to those of you just joining us on the television. The Giro d'Italia from Alcomo to Agrigento at stage 2, and we've just had a bit of a bombshell already. 5 men are up the road. I can tell you that Gastow, Baes, Tonelli, De Gent and Van Empel have around 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We're heading to Menfi, the home of Salvatore Puccio, who has been riding on the front, controlling things for the Ineos Grenadiers. But the news that has just rocked us has come from the back of the bunch. Alexander Vlasov, the former Russian champion, winner of races already this year since lockdown, in flying form coming into the Giro d'Italia. If not a support rider for Jakob Fuglsang, then a dark horse for the winning of the Giro d'Italia. And 24 hours after Miguel Angel Lopez had to retire, Alexander Vlasov has followed suit. They already had rotten luck coming into this race, with Alex Aramburu testing positive for COVID-19. Nadim Pronsky and Yuri Natarov having to be replaced just 2 days before the race. Yesterday they lost Lopez. Today they have lost Vlasov. They're down to 6, and with their leader Jakob Fuglsang already a minute and a half behind the leading GC riders. If you are Giuseppe Martinelli or Alexander Scheffer in one of those director sportif roles, oh, you'll be crying in your beer tonight at the dinner table, Brian.
Yeah, it's not good for the team, because in the past, the Giro d'Italia, we've seen Astana take the race on, and I still believe that Fuglsang has got it within himself to do a good Giro d'Italia. But now with 5 riders helping instead of 7 riders helping, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult. He has to follow more than anything. And I just loved seeing over the last couple of years Astana coming up to the front when you're least expecting it, and taking the race on and taking it to everybody. But now they've got to recalculate, and we might not see them do that as often as we've seen them do that in the past.
Yeah, we're already set for a different pattern at this Giro, because in the last 10 years, particularly at the Giro d'Italia, they've been the team that has animated the race more than any other, whether they've been in the lead of the race or not. They've won it on a couple of occasions in the last decade, but even when they haven't been winning it, they've been firing riders up the road, they've been attacking. Now they simply do not have the numbers to do that on a regular basis, and their 2 biggest climbers, their biggest support riders in the mountains for Fuglsang, have left within the space of 24 hours before we even get to a single mountain finish. Jakob Fuglsang, he must be feeling absolutely sick to his teeth now.
But I have to say, looking at Pogacar in the Tour de France, following that Jumbo-Visma round and around the lap of France, and coming up trumps at the end, Fuglsang has to use all his experience. He's got the riders to look after him, but he's going to have to do a lot on his own and limit losses. But you would think that the losses he's already had on the time trial yesterday, he's going to have to do something in some of the hillier stages and take it on and go on the attack. But he's done it before, and he's tried before, and it just, as you say, puts a different complex on the situation, and much looking forward to it. Just getting the information on Vlasov. He was forced to abandon due to stomach problems.
You could see that he was feeling rather sick, wasn't he, when he was sort of bent over at the side there. But the alarm bells were ringing straight away as we saw the first picture of him. Again, those of you watching on the television might not have seen that, and I gather there's so much live sport on at the moment. If you want to watch uninterrupted, make sure you subscribe to either the Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass, so you won't miss moments like that. But as soon as we saw him, you could tell he wasn't going back for bidons. It didn't look like a mechanical. He was riding like you and I might ride to the shops, Brian. It didn't look good, did it?
No, apparently he was struggling yesterday already, so he wanted to give it a go. But yeah, stomach problems not good, and you could just see that when that happens to you, you just have absolutely no power, feeling a little bit sick, and yeah, it's not good.
And I'm just thinking back to Manuel Ebuaro's little conversation at the front of the bunch here. Do you think that could have had something to do with it? Because he was sort of surviving the day up until that point, and we're talking about 5 to 10 minutes after this increase in pace, a couple of minutes after Boiro's conversation where he maybe just tried to get them to knock it off a bit, and that could have done for Vlasov. Just really that change in rhythm, not my day.
Yeah, oh, definitely the change of rhythm there, because when you've got absolutely no power, if he's had that problem yesterday, which he actually did okay in the time trial yesterday, wanted to give it a go today, but possibly not the best night, and you know, losing so much kind of energy and things like that. So it's been difficult. I think that's one of the riders just deciding to take the high road, is it? He's on the left-hand side, yeah, one of the riders taking. Sometimes when you do that in races, you don't know what's round the corner. You could probably go off in the wrong direction, but yeah, luckily for that rider, he's still in the bunch. I've seen it happen in some races before, where a few riders have taken the other carriageway, and it's, you know, they can't jump over. But yeah, it's a shame for Vlasov, but you know, as well as the you know, COVID and things like that, we've got to be aware of. There's still situations where in Grand Tours you can, when you're travelling around, you can get a little bit sick, and it looks as if Vlasov has got some stomach problems.
We've been past Menfi. This is Shaka. Lovely town on the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, and at this point you're looking over towards Africa, really, getting towards the southern coast. And there's Ben Gastar. He's the tallest rider in this group, alongside Etienne Van Empel. It's Van Empel's Giro debut, by the way. He's the only Dutchman on this Italian team from Tuscany that has a Sicilian sponsor, Vini Zabu. Vestigentu has taken both sets of points when it's come to the King of the Mountains and the intermediate sprint. Shaka, by the way, is famous for its carnival. Be one of those towns worrying about the impact of coronavirus. And of course, carnivals, I mean, the sorts of things that won't be happening until there's some sort of resolution to it all. Mikel Biel here at the front, wearing the white jersey, looking after it for Filippo Ganna, who's still in pink there. And since both UAE Emirates and Sunweb went to work around 15 to 20 minutes ago, the gap from the breakaway to the peloton, Brian, has almost halved.
Yep, sometimes that happens. You put two big strong riders on the front, bring it down quickly. You want to try and kind of force the breakaway into a reaction. And the situation now with Bjerg and Downs coming to the front with, what, 7 to 8 kilometres to go, marked down, which is 18 kilometres, and they've managed to bring it down from over 5 minutes to just under 3 minutes, and that forces a reaction. And I think with the breakaway, with the experience of Thomas de Gent, he won't be kind of sucked into this, because what they'll do is they'll bring it right back, and sometimes if there's a bit of inexperience in the breakaway, they'll start to ride harder, and if they ride harder, then it makes it a little bit more difficult in the breakaway if the chances of staying away. So it's a tactic sometimes deployed by teams to force the breakaway into riding a little bit harder, because they got away quite easily in the start. They battled over the first kind of King of the Mountains and the first point sprints, but then when we come onto the flats, the race seemed to have kind of settled down, and the breakaway were just happy rolling around. But when you've got Thomas de Gent in this breakaway, you really have to make it as give him absolutely no rope whatsoever. Get the riders in the breakaway to ride a little bit harder, to tire themselves out. And you know, the plan seems to be working for the moment anyway. Bring the gap down to a more of a manageable distance, about 2.5-3 minutes. But there's no reaction from the breakaway. We've not kind of seen the breakaway in the last few moments, but I don't think they'll start to ride hard, because if they start to ride hard inside the last 60 kilometres, Rob, then it makes their chances a little bit more difficult when it comes to the finish and trying to stay away.
And there's 3 weeks still to go yet.
But the thing is, it's if you get them to ride a little bit harder, it means that, you know, they're a bit more tired. What the breakaway would have loved was to come into the last kind of 50 kilometres with maybe 5 minutes advantage, and then they start riding harder. But Thomas de Gent has had an easier day, and Thomas de Gent is the danger in front. He's a rider that can go on his own and potentially try and win this stage, and Sunweb and UAE are taking absolutely no chances and brought it down to a very manageable gap of just under 3 minutes.
And this is the reason Sunweb are working. Michael Matthews, a winner of 2 stages down the years at the Giro d'Italia. Been a pro for a decade now. Been around a few different teams. He was with Rabobank, wasn't he, at the start? Then went to Australia, back to Sunweb, and he's going back to an Australian team again as we see Fernando Gaviria riding for UAE Emirates. He's doing some bottle running here, which might give us a clue as to what might happen towards the end. Let's go and get a further clue with the man they might be riding for, Diego Ulissi. Well, with one of the favourites today, Diego Ulissi. He's won 6 stages down his years at the Giro d'Italia. It suits you well today, doesn't it? Yeah, I like the finish. After yesterday's time trial, it's the first real stage on the road in the race. I hope to have good sensations and feelings to be at 100%. I want to go for a stage win.
Voglio essere lì, insomma, provare a giocarmi la vittoria, anche se gli avversari sono
I also know that
tanti
there's
e hanno
quite
voglia
a
di
few,
vincere anche loro.
in fact there's numerous riders who want to win as well. Who are the riders?
Sta persona accanto a me, Michael Matthews.
Guy who's just out of the camera shot next to me, Michael Matthews. I think he's going to be my #1 rival. But I think as well,
poi penso che anche Sagan,
there's Peter Sagan.
voglia provare
I'm going to give it a try though.
a sprintare.
I think they're the most
Penso che questi siano
direct
i corridori
rivals.
più pericolosi.
Such a shame we can't listen too much to him. I can tell you that he's got one of the most beautiful accents in all of Italian, has Diego Ulissi. Tuscan accent. Sort of miss out the C's and the H's sometimes. Diego Ulissi, though, rider from Tuscany. He's from a vineyard, actually, in Tuscany. He has his own vineyard. He's from a wine-producing family in Cecina. He's produced some fantastic vintage performances at the Giro, hasn't he? 6 stage wins down the years. He talked about Matthews. He talked about Sagan. Do you agree with his assessment today, Brian?
Yeah, very much. You can chuck another couple of names in there, but I think it is a stage. I've always been impressed with Ulissi. For me, it just doesn't, when it gets to about 250, 260 in a big classic, he doesn't have that, but anything around the kind of 200k below, he's a class bike rider, and of course they get super motivated about their home tour. It's the same with Battagline as well. He wins stages, but he doesn't win often, you know, away from Italy. It's the motivation, and for Ulissi, if you got an opportunity like today, then you want to grab it. But Michael Matthews, Peter Sagan are 2, you know, very, very strong candidates. But I think Deconi Quickstep, if they want to ride this, Ballerini is another one for me, and even AJ2R with Vendrame as well. So there's a couple other names around there, and it really depends on how they race up this climb. And if there's a few of the climbers want to kind of take it on, then it's going to be really hard for the likes of you know, Peter Sagan and Michael Matthews and some of the kind of more sprinter types. So as we keep on saying all along, it's how fast they race up this final climb will determine the winner in the end.
Diego Ulissi has played a huge part in the history of his team. What, for the most part, was its home race. We know that UAE Emirates is obviously registered in the UAE now, but it used to be an Italian team, didn't it? It was Lampre for a long, long time. Do you know they've taken 20 stage wins at the Giro d'Italia down the years? They've won, obviously, overall at the Tour de France. They're coming here with stages rather than a big tilt at the overall in mind, we think. But out of those 20 Giro stage wins, 6 of them down the years going to Ulissi. That's more than any other rider in their history at the Tour. And just think that people like Alessandro Petacchi have ridden for Lampre down the years as well. It's a big, big part of their history, Diego Lisi's stage wins at the Giro. Sicilia, come sei bella. Look at that. Take me there now. Can we not set up a socially distanced commentary box on that beach, Brian?
You're the one commentating from Mallorca.
I'm inside, though.
Oh, my heart
I'm in the
bleeds.
office.
Have you seen the weather here in Bath? It's like a bath. Oh, it's more like a shower.
I have to say, Sicily usually beats Mallorca for the late summer weather. They usually get a few weeks extra than we do. They're a bit further south in the Mediterranean. And this is the very south coast. Splendid, splendid looking scenery. And it's not going to stop, is it? Because we go to the cold side of Sicily tomorrow. It will not be warm at the top of Mount Etna, I can tell you that. It'll be coats on job. And of course we'll be looking for eruptions in the GC, won't we? That big shock. If you've been away and had to nip out on an errand, if you've not been watching the GCN Race Pass or Eurosport Player, then you will have missed the fact that we're going to have one big climber less on that mountain tomorrow. Alexander Vlasov abandoning. Yesterday it was Superman Lopez finding his kryptonite in the time trial. Not a good start for Astana. Put under pressure by Sunweb and UAE Emirates here, everybody. I think Ineos Grenadiers will be pretty happy with this situation, won't they, despite the fact that it's moving a little quicker, because they're not really having to do much work here.
I think they were expecting a couple of teams to come to the front, and it kind of worked. And Sunweb have moved up to second position. It was Astana, but Sunweb have moved up thinking of the stage win. And I'd like to see that maybe Ben Swift given an opportunity in this type of finish as well, because he can finish well. But I'm not too sure what opportunities Ben will have. It'd be great to see the British Champions jersey up towards the front, trying for a stage. But you know, we know what these teams are like. That not everybody can afford, like Jumbo-Visma, like Wout van Aert, to be given his opportunities. But it would be nice to see Ben Swift and even Narvaez as well can do a good finish in this sort of climb. So yeah, race is on. It's just a time where Thomas de Gendt will decide to leave the rest of the breakaway.
Welcome back if you're watching on the television. Remember, we've got so many races on today. The French Open's on as well. The bikes have been roaring. But if you want to watch the cycling from start to finish of our coverage each day, then please log on to the Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass. And it's there that you'll find the breakaway each evening. Lots to talk about on tonight's breakaway. Brad Wiggins will be joining Dan Lloyd and Ola Chenoy. Liège-Bastogne-Liège. We've already had a big race in the women's event. I'm not going to give out any spoilers, but a very big performance I'm hearing about. The men's event is ongoing, and of course reaction to what happens here at the Giro d'Italia. Who's going to take the stage? Are we going to have a new Maglia Rosa? And of course, with the Mountains jersey up for grabs, the points jersey as well. The white jersey might change too, considering that Mikel Biel here is doing a lot of work on the front of the bunch before we even get to the climb. Lots to be decided in the final 52 kilometres of today's stage 2, starting in Alcomo and heading to Agrigento. 149 kilometres means it's by no way the longest stage of this Giro d'Italia. But it's started to be ridden at a very quick pace now.
It starts to get a little bit more lumpier, Rob, as well, when we start heading towards Agrigento. So the course now is a bit more rolling, and that's why the reason why Dines and Sberg, for the relative teams, Sunweb and UAE, have come to the front, put the pressure on the breakaway. Breakaway will put up a bit of a fight now, but I think Thomas de Gendt will be thinking now what he has to do. And not only are we looking at the profile, so the riders in the breakaway.
Here he is, Etienne Van Empel. Is it the profile he's got? Is it a little messy? It's like he's opened up one of those Kinder eggs or something and he's looking for the toy inside it.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest product to get out of a gel, don't know, but the riders will have looked at this profile and know that it starts to get a little bit more lumpy, especially the man at the back, because he'll be thinking that maybe trying to go solo. If this gap comes down under 2 minutes and it's going to run in towards the finish, Thomas again, don't put it past them to try and go solo. I don't think it's going to be very successful because we've already seen two teams starting to ride on the front, and the gap very manageable at 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Well, Van Empel, the 26-year-old Dutchman at the back in the dark green and fluorescent yellow. It's a Grand Tour debut for him, first 3-week race. Do you know what, the longest stage race he's done since lockdown, Brian, was just the 5-day Tour of Luxembourg, so it's going to be a bit of a shock for the system, this. No wins in his career so far, but in his second year in the squad, he's proving his worth being out there and fighting to them in the breakaway.
Yep, you know, there's a lot of opportunities for these riders, and you know, it wasn't a massive fight to get in the breakaway earlier on. It was whoever got on Thomas de Gent's wheel more than anything. So he dragged 4 riders with him just for company this time. But I think Thomas de Gent is thinking possibly maybe into the last kind of 20-30 kilometres if he could try and go alone and try and spoil the day for the rest of the riders. But I think it's just going to be too difficult. Second stage, everybody thinking, we know, we've heard from Elise at UAE, they want to try and win this stage, and that's where the interest lies when we get onto this final climb and drag up towards the finishing line. Are some of the climbers going to take it on? Is it going to be too difficult for some of the sprinters? So we'll see.
Into the last 50 kilometres now. Many of you are watching around the world, and I'd just like to say hello and a very big get well soon to Craig Hardy, the former Scottish cyclocross champion and mountain bike star as well. He's recently had the most awful of news in that he's been diagnosed with cancer, but I know that he started his chemotherapy the other day. He said he's got 3 weeks till his next bout, so he's settling down in front of the Eurosport app and the GCN Race Pass and watching the entirety of the Giro d'Italia. So all the best, Craig. Get well soon, and you're in good company because I know that lots of people are tuning in from all over. I know that we've got viewers down in Australia in the middle of the night watching us as well. And if it's anything like the dramatic start we've had, it's going to be an entertaining 3 weeks.
It is, and you know, Craig, good friend of mine, lives up in Fife, so yeah, you can battle it. You're a champion, so yeah, all the best from myself and the Eurosport crew. Get through this. It's not going to be easy, but you know, all the best, Craig.
Gap stabilising really now, isn't it? Around 2:51. They chopped those couple of minutes off it, and they haven't really taken back much more time yet, those working on the front. But with 48 kilometres to go, I think they'll be pretty happy about this situation, won't they? Sunweb and UAE. It was obvious that they just don't want to have any panic towards the end. Any chance that these guys might stay away, it's almost like they just sucked the life out of the breakaway by taking 2 minutes off them straight away, and they're happy with that for the moment. And we can see that Bora Hansgrohe have just started to add a man into the chase as well.
Yeah, no real surprise there with Pires Sagan. Pires Sagan getting better as the Tour de France went on, and I think he will be a feature in this final today. But yeah, with 78 kilometres to go, it was Sunweb and UAE came to the front, and they really came to the front with some vengeance. Boiro from Astana asked the question, what are you guys doing? But I know that a lot of teams will come up, 2 riders, bang, trying to bring this back to a manageable distance and try and get a reaction from the riders in the breakaway. No real reaction from the riders in the breakaway. They know that they've been given just under 3 minutes, and that's it. If they start pushing hard in the breakaway, so do the 2 riders in front again. So they've brought it down to what they think is manageable into the last 50 kilometres, and that's why they did it. Sometimes when the gap comes down very quickly like it did, you get a reaction from the breakaway, and the breakaway starts riding harder. And that's not really the best thing to do, because, you know, it'll tire them out, and then they've got no chance of going to the finish.
There's Michael Biel. Hasn't exactly been going in the red zone since the start, you can see as well. Average of 370 watts there. And there is the Maya Ciclamino. Interesting that a lot of riders all bunched up in their teams already. It's certainly get ready for action time, isn't it? You can see on the left-hand side, everybody surrounding the French champion in that lovely jersey. Arnaud Demar riding for Groupama FDJ.
That changes as the race goes on. You don't mind your teammates early on in the race. You get to the third week, you want to talk to others. You get fed up with your same people at dinner, at breakfast, in the bus, at the hotel. So yeah, team order in the first kind of week, but then that goes out the window as we start to get deeper into a 3-week race.
You never know. With some of the hotels, I know, particularly at the Tour de France, that you manage to get your own room sometimes because of this corona crisis. I wonder if they go to some of the areas where there are more hotel rooms available, they'll be rooming on their own as well. As we see Jos van Emden going back to the car to pick up the drinks.
A lot of riders don't like being on their own. Some riders do, some riders don't. But yeah, sometimes cycling can be a pretty lonely place. You know, some riders are happy with their own company, and when we had teams of 9, there was always one rider on their own. Some teams kind of switch that around a little bit, but a lot of the riders prefer to share with someone else. But then again, you get the complaints about, oh, you did this, and I go to my bed at 10, you go at 11, and, you know, turn the lights out, turn the TV off, stop doing all this sort of stuff. So it does mean that you're having to put kind of like for like.
How do you work this thing? Have you tried Control Alt and Delete? Take the batteries out, put them back in again? What are the other tricks?
Maybe he's playing Fortnite.
These guys have no time to play anything. 5 riders up the road, Gastower. He's an interesting rider, the man from Agir des Ailes Mondial, because 2 or 3 years ago he was considered one of the top mountain domestiques for the Agir des Ailes Mondial team. He seems to have sort of gone down in the pecking order in the last couple of years.
It is a strange one. I don't know what the reasoning is of that. Like you say, he was a quality rider. Still is a quality rider, but you know, he's one of these riders that really hasn't developed that well over the last few years. A rider from Luxembourg, now 32 years of age. He's got some decent enough results, but you know, even way back in 2014, he was 21st in the Tour de France. So I think he maybe kind of reached his peak, and he's seen out his kind of last few years, and you know, it's going to be an interesting one because he's got a contract for next year with the AG2R, but AG2R are completely switching, you know, where they're going in the future and going more classics than GC contenders. So where will Ben Gastower find himself?
And the interesting, I mean, will they completely give up on GC at every Grand Tour? I'm not sure.
You can't.
They want to, because they've got young riders like Paris Peintre, who's riding here, of course. They've got Bob Jongels. You know, if he does classics for a certain part of the year, you may see him having a go at the Vuelta or something like that. There's a lot of different things to consider, isn't there?
A lot of different things in the way the World Tour works now, that you have to be pretty much consistent riders gaining points in a lot of these stage races, the Grand Tours, but I think the major focus is going towards more of the classics, but they will still have a look at the general classification when they can.
There's Etienne Fenempo, as I mentioned, yet to win in his career, but it's an important milestone, this, making your debut in a 3-week race. I know that you rode the Giro d'Italia. What's the feeling? Is there a feeling of like accomplishment that you're one of, you're one of the big guys now? You're in one of the biggest races in the world.
When I rode it, there was, 94. There wasn't the same, TV, social media. We in a couple of stages we actually stopped. If it passed one of the riders' parents' places, they would have a picnic outside, and they would roll along, and a lot of the riders would stop, say hello, and all this sort of stuff. And
I thought you meant the riders then. They didn't stop the stage for a picnic, did they?
Yeah, sometimes you would stop at the side of the road and take some food from. Say
you do a Jacob's join and bring, I'll bring a bottle of something, and you can bring some butties later on.
I didn't know. It was a kind of tradition a way back before, because the TV coverage came at possibly, sometimes it was 50 k's to go, sometimes 75 k's to go. So that was the only TV coverage there was. So before then, if the breakaway was away and it had, a few minutes, then you passed someone's hometown or something like that, they put a spread on, and like the Italians are, they're all kind of friendly, come and join us, and half the peloton would stop and grab something and to eat and say hello, and then catch back up, and then all of a sudden, because we'd kind of rolled around a little bit, when we get into the real racing was so fast, so fast. But nowadays a lot of the stages televised, you don't get a lot of that sort of stuff. Even when it's a local area, if you used to have to ask permission to go up the road and see your family and stop your family. All that kind of stuff is kind of stopped now. But yeah, I think the only TV coverage was the TV coverage in Italy in the 90s. That's all you got. I remember one of my friends came back from Italy with I don't know how to explain it to a lot of kind of youth, but videotapes, VHS tapes that you had to put in a machine to watch. How do you explain that sort of stuff, Rob? I know I've got a couple of young boys, but they just don't understand.
They don't know what a Ferguson video star is, a top loader.
No. So you have to put it in your video recorder.
Remote control with a wire on it.
Yeah, no, there's no remote control in those days. It was push button stuff.
Sorry.
You had to get up off your backside and go and change the television.
Don't know how to survive. Don't know you're born, do you?
So yeah, there's a lot of that stuff in those days. I've still got the videotapes. I can't watch them now because I don't have one of the machines. But yeah, they were in black and white, of course. But yeah, the situation now is you're throughout the world on TV, and everybody can see you, and yeah, there is a lot of pressure on these riders to deliver now, and sponsors expect it, and especially now with it kind of over three months periods. There's been a lot of period of this year where the sponsors have had no brand awareness. Now it's condensed into 3 months, and that's why we're seeing some great racing, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the Giro d'Italia, because let's hope they get all the way over the route, because let's be honest, Rob, we're getting into the latter part of the year, and the snow sometimes comes, so let's hope we get through the whole race route, and that'll be in the back of the minds of some of these riders as well.
Well, let's hope that indeed. By the way, if anybody's got a Ferguson video star so Brian Smith can watch his old videos, it's at Bryce Smithy, at Rob Hatch TV. You'll find one on the internet, won't you?
I'm not too sure if there is much on internet. I've still got my old pigeon that I used to send kind of messages back to my family, so I'll need to get that out and go on and get him trained again, because the only message I got to my family was just put a wee message in his wee pocket on his leg and send him off and take it back to tell my mum and dad I was okay.
I didn't realise you're a pigeon fancier as well. I'm learning a lot about you today. 2 minutes. We'll stop playing silly beggars now. 40 k's to go. And this breakaway's advantage is really starting to disappear. There you go. I'm already getting offers of a video for you on Twitter, Brian. That's it, sorted. That's the difference between the two groups on the road, by the way. Group 1 is that 5-man breakaway that stays up there. Androni Giocattoli getting in the break. Old Swiss Tony had been cracking the whip, wouldn't they, if they hadn't been up there? They have to be in the break every day, and they had a really good Giro last year. Won a stage, didn't they, with Fausto Masnada being up there, and Andrea Vendrame riding that brilliant race as well for them. This year, they really need success because they need a new sponsor.
And just looking at the team that they've got here, I would think that they have got it. Restrepo, we've already mentioned, but Simon Pelot, the Swiss rider, is a rider I think that will be interested trying to get in a breakaway, trying to get that stage win. Really impressed over the last couple of years. Good climber as well, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on. But Masnada last year, that was a tremendous stage win that he had, being in the breakaway, going to the finish, watching Gianni Savio running down the finishing straight. It's that's what the Giro's all about, isn't it?
The Giro's just about Gianni Savio for us. We know that by now. Give us a clip of him running down and you've made it for us. A long time until we get to his home region. We'll be in Gianni Savio's home region of Piemonte for the penultimate stage. Sestria finish as we go into France that day, the stage you were talking about. And then with 1:44 of a gap now and a long straight road, the peloton will almost already have missile lock on the breakaway. Here they go, over the hill, and they'll be able to see them for the first time since the first pedal strokes. So when do they want to bring them back? That's the question here. When do they want to bring them back? Because we've got those bonus seconds available as well, with around, 15 kilometres to go? 12 kilometres to go, sorry. That second intermediate sprint of the day, 3, 2 and 1. Is anybody going to be interested in that, given the fact that the gaps are the smallest they're going to be now for the whole of the Giro? And if you want the Maglia Rosa today or in the next couple of days, then every second counts.
It does indeed, but I'm going to find it difficult. If this second's up for grabs, I'm sure that they'll look at it, but I don't think they'll put a huge amount of effort in. I'd have probably looked at maybe increasing the time, maybe a 5, 3 and 1, but 3, 2 and 1 on the at 12.1 to go. But I think more of the question is, with the gap coming down under 2 minutes, Thomas again might be getting a bit. Right, I'm going to maybe try and go solo here, because Nico Dines together with now you've got Patrick Gamper up there with Sberg. They really are bringing this gap down pretty quickly now.
Den's really riding hard here. White jersey. We've seen Gamper for Bora Hansgrohe. And Mikel Piot, who's the man in the white behind the Danish rider. Best young rider in the race, or at least looking after that jersey for Pipo Ganna. He's wearing the Maglia Rosa. On our way to the 60,000 strong town of Agrigento. Sagan and company looking behind. Sagan is on debut at the Giro d'Italia. Perhaps difficult to believe, isn't it, given everything he's ridden throughout his career and his own links with Italy.
I think because the certain races, he needed a break after the classics. He was always a man that used to go to the Tour de Suisse as well. The build up towards the Tour de France, where it sits, the Giro d'Italia never really kind of suited a few riders. And I think we discussed a lot of this on the Bradley Wiggins podcast about the condensed race, and now we're seeing a lot of the riders at a very good level, because it's kind of you know, you can stay at a level for a good, you know, 6, maybe 8 weeks, and so having a 3-month calendar instead of having a 9-month calendar, we're seeing some great racing, and we're seeing a lot of riders that are able to kind of debut in different races, because we go to some races and how many times are we saying debut? They win at getting the opportunity to race some of these races. So I think everybody's looking at their options. Sagan, we've talked about another one. He had an option here of riding the Giro d'Italia and maybe kind of ticking off something that he's never done before.
If you're into your ornithology, then this is the place around here you want to come. Gorgo, Lago di Gorgo. And pond turtles as well. There are those birds. Helicopter's just going to go and scare them all away now. They're on the bikes. Coming up to 35 kilometres remaining. Gap under 1.5 minutes now for the first time since they went away. Simon Yates back in the peloton. They're chasing on still. And with just 35 kilometres of the 149 that were on the menu between Alcomo and Agrigento remaining, the work at the front is being done by 3 teams right now. And this is where we've been today. And this is where we're heading now. Porto Empedolce will see the intermediate sprint. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds available there. And we're going to Agrigento. It's another of the UNESCO World Heritage sites that we're visiting. The Valley of the Temples down at the bottom of the climb, and then the famous cathedral at the top. To be honest, there aren't many towns or cities in Italy without famous cathedrals. It is a living, breathing monument, this country. That's the Valley of the Temples. And we've got our own man visit. Let's go and check out Bernie Eisel's analysis of what's to come.
I'm here at 230 meters from the finish line in Agrigento, a beautiful down here in Sicily. There's ancient buildings all the way up here. Nearly 5 kilometers of climbing, 4 kilometers to go. It flattens off a little bit. Then again, at 2 kilometers, there's a flat part. That's time to recover for the riders. Sprinters like Peter Sagan, Michael Matthews. But at the same time, at the Agrigento down sign, it starts kicking up again. And when we look back here, that's 600 meters from the finish line. It's completely flat. And then we come to the last right-hand turn, 3%, 200 meters right to the finish line. So it's definitely doable for the sprinters, like I said, Matthews or Peter Sagan, Enrico Badalin, but at the same time, a well-planned and executed attack by Diego Ulissi at 1.5 kilometers to go. With good legs, he definitely can make it to the finish line. So it's going to be a really interesting final today.
Really nice to hear there from Bernie Eisel. Really looking forward to all of his analysis and previews as the days go by. Of course, he knows what he's talking about at this race and at this level. Fresh out of the peloton with all those fresh ideas, and he knows what's going on there. Interesting to hear what he thinks. Now, I guess it's sort of going along the lines of what we sort of expected today. Everybody really sort of knows what can happen, but also knows that there's a possibility for a surprise.
It's a bit like the stage. I think there was a stage where we had a crash in the run-in towards it, and Carapaz won from Caleb Ewan. I think Carapaz went at the right time, won that stage, and Caleb Ewan just came up a little bit short. So Bernie's right. It's about timing. It's about knowing your finish, knowing when to make that effort. And if Ulissi can go alone, we've talked about him, he's a quality rider and able to do that. And it's the situation where the sprinters got teammates towards the front to kind of help hold them. So it's going to be an interesting finish. It isn't going to be all about it. The sprinters, we're going to see some attacks. What is Joao Almeida going to do as well? You know, they're going to Quickstep going to try and kind of look at maybe kind of gapping Ghana. We'll have to wait and see. So it's going to be one of these kind of typical Giro d'Italia finishes, uphill finishes, and it's going to be magic.
And we love it, don't we? Just to get an idea of the type of riders who were up there the last time we had the very same finish in 2008. By the way, there's been 4 finishes down the years in Agrigento. First time we were here was all the back in the sort of time of what they call Grande Ciclismo in Italy, the 60s. All those famous names. 65 was the first time we were here. Then we were revisited in 82, 93, the year before the Worlds came to Agrigento, 94. And the Giro d'Italia in 2008, when the stage was won by Riccardo Riccò. Second was Danilo Di Luca. Third was Davide Rebellin. Fourth was Franco Pellizotti. Well, that's 4 names to conjure up a few different images, depending on your persuasions and how much that noughties era, in more way than one, influence your view on the sport. But we'll go past that. In 5th place, we had Paolo Salvoldelli. 6th, Purito Rodriguez, up there in that first group. And then we had an 8-second gap to Vincenzo Nibali, who was riding the Giro d'Italia and making a real voyage of discovery around the Giro. A really interesting group of riders, but I think we've talked about this quite a few times in recent years. The way that sprinting is going at the minute, they seem to be climbing better than ever.
Yeah, you have to. And that's what's happening. Even when we look at this year's Tour de France, Sam Bennett went through kind of rough period in the Pyrenees, but afterwards he started to climb a little bit better. We know Peter Sagan can climb well, Michael Matthews, yes, but yeah, and in the days where you had sprinters were sprinters, and we keep on saying this, you know, over a motorway bridge or anything, you know, they would be in trouble. But nowadays you have to go over the climbs to be able to sprint. I just think that everybody's so much fitter now with all the kind of modern training aids, technology, coaches, sports science, doctors, everything like that. You know, the riders are a lot better prepared, and yeah, it means that, you know, many of these sprinters have to get up over some of these climbs, and they still get the same sprint power when it comes to the end.
So given that development and given the way that cycling has changed, you could expect that the predictions that are being made today are far more likely than a finish we had 12 years ago when I rattled off those sort of GC type names.
Yeah, I don't think we can compare that period at all, because it was totally different periods. You know, the climbers were just extraordinary.
Supersonic.
But nowadays what we've seen so far, a bit more of a kind of level playing field, and you know, we are going to see a battle towards the end. But I'm interested to find out. I know that Thomas de Gendt is riding hard on the front. He's not even asking for a turn, he's just riding hard. But I thought he would think about trying to go solo. I saw the car coming up, maybe having a last words, because when the gap gets under a minute, the team cars will be pulled out behind the breakaway. So Thomas de Gendt is going to try and go solo soon, and it's going to be very difficult with just over a minute, but we know that's his type of thing, of getting in the breakaway and going solo towards the end.
Now then, what's happened here?
Ouch.
Ow. It was meant to be a present. I'm sure he'll understand that when he picks it up. Biel here, the man just flicking his arm. Sunweb riding well, and if they're riding anywhere as well as they did at the Tour de France, then there'll be a lot of teams who've come here stage hunting who'll be worried, because they have some mighty adversaries, and possibly they've got the team's best finisher here as well in Michael Matthews. Of course, we talked about everything that Sunweb did with Mark Hirschi. Søren Kragh won that stage as well, didn't he? But Michael Matthews, he's a candidate for so many different types of stages.
Yeah, it's a different kind of setup for Sunweb here. It was more try and get in breakaways and try and win from the breakaway, which they were able to do. I don't think they've got the fastest sprinter here, but for this type of finish, definitely Michael Matthews. And You know, Michael Matthews is, was once a sprinter, but he kind of changed. He's still got some speed, but he's one of these guys that will be anywhere between 4th and 6th in a flats finish. He's not maybe a top 3 rider anymore, but maybe he wasn't in the past. But he came as a one of these kind of Aussie sprinters, which the last 15, 20 years there's been many of them come off the track, and most of them can sprint well. So they've had great success in sprinting. So today's setting itself up quite nicely now. But Thomas de Gent trying to keep this away. It's hovering round about 1 minute, and he's thinking maybe I can try and go solo. We might go into this tunnel and we might come out the other side, and Thomas de Gent might be on his own.
There's a few of these tunnels on the way as well. Talked about how the hills seem to just drop off into the sea. Interesting that Vini Zabul got a man up the road today. I mean, we're going to expect that most days, aren't we, with them? It's part of the reason that they're here, to get their jersey on the television, have their chances in the breakaway. There's no big leader who we expect to do great things for them in the general classification. But they do have one of the most experienced riders in the Giro d'Italia. They've got a man who's been there winning stages. He's been a multiple national champion. He's been the king of the mountains as well. And he is a Sicilian. Can he join these names today? Be a bit of an outsider, but do not count out somebody like Giovanni Visconti. He'd have to produce a pretty special attack to join the likes of Bjarne Riis, Moreno Argentin and Guido Carlesi, also winners in Agrigento, alongside the Riccardo Ricò stage we mentioned. So let's hear what Giovanni Visconti's thinking. Here he is, the Sicilian, speaking earlier today.
Siamo con Giovanni Visconti, Vini Zabul KTM, regionale dell'etappa, conosce sicuramente le strade di questa tappa.
Local rider.
Finale di tappa.
What is it like this final today?
Descrivici un po' la salita finale, Giovanni.
Describe it for us.
Sì, ciao, hai detto bene, è un finale non per niente semplice.
Like you said, it won't be an easy finish. The finish will be 4 kilometers long uphill. Nothing's given really, so maybe you should think that it could suit the climbers best, but it's not only just the climbers. In my opinion, there'll be fast riders up there, and I think they might end up sprinting. The most demanding part isn't that long, so if they can hold their breath and get through it, they can manage to sprint in the end, I think.
Quei 2-3 minuti in apnea, come si suol dire, potrebbe arrivare a sprintare.
It's those 2 or 3 minutes they've got to hang on.
Che cosa farà
What about the favourites to win the stage? What's your strategy?
Sinceramente al primo
to be honest, it's the first real stage of the Giro, isn't it? I don't like giving names, but sure there'll be sprinters.
Veloce. Magari uno su tutti, Matthews.
Maybe one of them could be sprinting up there with Michael Matthews.
Però chi lo sa, magari
and maybe a breakaway will get to the end.
Il primo giorno di Giro
it's the first real day of the day.
Scontato.
So we don't know what's going to happen. Didn't really want to go too deep into things there, did Giovanni Visconti? Wasn't talking up his own chances, but back in the day, little attack from Visconti towards the end would have been the sort of thing that we might have seen. I mean, is he getting a bit long in the tooth for that now?
Well, I don't like saying it, but yes, he was such a great rider. He still is a good rider, but the way he used to kind of attack and his style was absolutely brilliant to watch.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing Giovanni Visconti on the attack at some point during this Giro d'Italia. It will happen. Whether he gets the win is another thing, but he will certainly be on the attack. Well, we're just inside 25 kilometres to go now. In 12 kilometres time, the action begins with that intermediate sprint, and just 54 seconds between the breakaway to the break. Well, they're definitely being brought back today. I think there's little question about that now, Brian.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the gap came down very, very quickly, courtesy of Sunweb, UE and Bora Hansgrohe, but it was always going to be the case. Very difficult for the breakaway to stay out front all day. They had just over 5 minutes maximum advantage, but I thought in some of these kind of lumps towards the finish that Thomas de Gent may want to try and go solo. He seems to be the strongest in the breakaway. He's taken the King of the Mountains, he's taken the point sprints. We do have a bonus sprint in just under 12 kilometres time, 12.1 to go. I'm sure that the breakaway can be brought back before then, but I'm sure that the riders at the front of the peloton will want the breakaway to hang on and take those 3, 2 and 1. It just means that it's a little bit more of a controlled pace at the front of the peloton, rather than making it a little bit more nervy.
Tricese having a word with the organiser's car there. That's the lady who does the race radio. You can just hear the camera operator asking what he said. The Argentine national champion is Max Tricese. He's here primarily to look after Fernando Gaviria. Fast sprinter in his own right, though. Feeling he's won a stage at the Giro before. Siculiana. Another of these towns where you can see the sea. Nice ride down on your bike to the beach. To save some energy for getting home, though, I think.
You need some.
Either that or one of those nice electric bikes. The Giro E is carrying on this year, isn't it? The electric bike exhibition. I think there's 12 riders in it, riding around Italy. There's the Chiesa del Santissimo Crocifisso, the Holy Crucifix. As always, the centre of town. Chiaramonte looks absolutely splendid in the late afternoon sunshine. In Siculiana, on the way to Agrigento today, one of the more scenic areas of Sicily. When we've reached the Valle dei Templi, it's going to be an absolute spectacle. The Valley of the Temples and all its ancient Greek architecture. One of the places to visit if you come to Sicily. Tomorrow we'll be heading to another of the places to visit, to the top of Mount Etna. This is the breakaway. Maximum gap of just over 5 minutes today for Gastar, Tonelli, Van Empel, Bijs and de Gent. Went in the first 4 or 5 kilometres. There was a little bit of a fight, wasn't there, to get in the break, but it didn't go on for too long. Today they've got just 1 minute and 2 seconds. They might have been dreaming of staying away a little longer and taking the fight to the peloton if Team Sunweb and UAE Emirates hadn't got involved. Now Bora Hansgrohe are also involved, courtesy of Patrick Gamper, their Austrian rider. Behind is Mikel Biel, who's wearing the Best Young Riders Maglia Bianca, the white jersey. And third wheel, we've seen Nico Denz, the German rider for Team Sunweb, riding really, really hard today. They took over from the Ineos Grenadiers, last 50 Ks or so. If you're just joining us, bad news for Astana and Russia. Alexander Vlasov has had to step off his bike today, continuing the awful look that Jakob Fuglsang and the rest of the Astana team have had. And as we approach the final 20 kilometres or so, it looks as though we're going to have some sort of a bunch finish, Brian.
Yeah, some sort of a bunch finish. Just looking at Mitchelton Scott with Simon Yates towards the back there, and a couple of years ago he would be up for maybe kind of looking at this type of finish as well. He can finish well in these kind of uphill finishes, but that's when he was chasing as much time on Tom Dumoulin as possible, and he paid for that later in the race. So I think he'll want to start at the front of this climb, because there will be gaps. It really depends on, where Elise decides to go. Maybe some other climbers, I'm sure, will have a go. how fast they actually go up this finishing climb. Like we heard from Bernie Iso as well, that where the sprinters have to knuckle down to kind of hard work, where they can relax a little bit, and yeah, it's going to be a real challenge to determine who.
Oh no! Riders down. Number 6 down is Aurélien Paré-Peintre. Problems for a couple of the Agir de Zella Mondial riders. Also problems for Mitchelton Scott, and in particular, that is number 133 Brent Buchwalter. And another rider down from Cofidis. They've had a bad day. It's Nicolas Hédé. Nicolas Hédé looks to be the man down. That is number 73, his number. This is how it happened, Brian.
Yeah, a little bit difficult to see. Potentially, just kind of touch of wheels. We keep on saying this is what happens in bike racing. So yeah, the worst off seems to be Hédé. Looks as if he's already been on the deck. But
yesterday in the time trial, I think he was one of the riders who went down.
So for the 2 French teams, AG2R and Cofidis, another rider here, number 12.
This is Alessandro Bisolti. He rides for Androni Giocattoli. More unhappy with not having the right bike more than anything. And well, 20 k's to go. The race is on here, and if you're caught up in that, you're going to have quite a chase now. And news for those involved there. In the meantime, at the front, things carry on. The pink jersey remains the pink jersey. Are we going to have a change in pink jersey today?
I very much doubt it.
22 seconds of a gap at the moment.
I thought it may happen, but then I looked at the... we've seen this crash again. Towards the back of the bunch now, and...
It's the Agir de Zella rider who seems to go down first, Brian.
Yeah, it's difficult to see from this shot, but potentially a touch of wheels. And, this is what happens. They're travelling along at, almost 30 miles an hour. So the French teams were the worst off. This was the worst off rider, Nicolas Hédé, getting pushed back, and he's already crashed yesterday. But it's always kind of dangerous times when you start to get into the see the markers 30 to go, 20 to go. It starts to get a bit more active in your ears from your race director as well. But yeah, getting back to Ghana, I think he can hold on, and I think he'll want to hold on. I can't see big gaps of 20 odd seconds. I can see a handful of seconds here and there, but I think Ghana, if he has no trouble, was able to keep a hold of that pink jersey today.
Real Monte up on the hill, Mediterranean Sea in the background. It is Sicily on day 2 of the Giro d'Italia. Back at the medical car, another rider from Cofidis, and this time it's Nicolas Hédé. This time last year is riding the Vuelta España, finishing the Vuelta España, and having already worn the leader's jersey. He looks like he's in some pain with his knee there on the right side.
Yeah, nasty road rash there, and just getting a bit of a kind of antiseptic spray. That's the thing with a lot of these crashes now, and luckily there was no kind of head injuries or anything like that, but at the same time, crashing yesterday and then crashing again today, he's feeling it a little bit, but you can't just kind of stop and everything stops and the clock stops and you wait for being sorted. These riders have to get up, get sorted on the move and get to the finish, and hopefully afterwards they'll be treated and back racing the next day. It's quite a brutal sport at times.
It's rough and ready out there as well, isn't it, too? Scala dei Turchi, the famous rocky cliffs. And it's between where we've just been, Real Monte, and where we're headed now for the intermediate sprint at Porto Empedocle. Not ugly, is it? Like most of this country. Glorious. Tony Martin appears at the front in the yellow jersey on the left-hand side. For Jumbo-Visma, you'd imagine it's just trying to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, we've had a crash inside the last 20 kilometres now. You know, a lot of activity in the radio. Stay safe. Everybody knows how difficult these finishes can get, and you know the pace is just starting to get ramped up the whole time. So yeah, it's important to keep your GC leader as safe as possible now.
Vincenzo Nibali there as well, and Astana with, well, the riders they have left, trying to do something to help and keep Jakob Fuglsang in the right place. Remember, if you're tuning in late today, Alexander Vlasov joining Miguel Angel Lopez on the sidelines. Vlasov having stomach problems and having to leave the race today. Through the centre, Mikel Biel still rides hard on the right-hand side. Ineos Grenadiers are looking after the pink jersey, Pipo Ganna, but I guess more importantly, they're starting to think about Geraint Thomas now and keeping him safe.
Yes, I think we mentioned it during the comments today. Are they going to give an opportunity to Ben Swift here? We'll have to kind of wait. It is his type of finish, but then again, it's first and foremost look after that pink jersey, look after Geraint Thomas. I think that'll be the forefront of their thoughts. But Ben Swift has done nothing today apart from sit in the wheel, so you know, it'd be good to see if he's been given an opportunity to at least try for the stage win. I think he will do, because they've really only used Puccio and Rohan Dennis today. So I think they've still got enough firepower to allow maybe Ben Swift an opportunity here, but it's going to be a really fast final 15 kilometres now running. You can see the speed is in the breakaway, trying to stay away, but only with under 40 seconds. It's going to be very, very difficult because everybody's pushing towards the front. This run-in could get quite tricky as well. We've already had a crash, so that's why we're seeing a lot of the GC teams bringing their leader towards the front.
Ben Swift, who's never won a stage of a Grand Tour before. Of course, in the last few years, you wouldn't have considered Ineos as a team who gave those opportunities to domestics like that. But having seen what Wout van Aert did in Jumbo-Visma colours, I wonder if they're going to do that. There is Ben Swift in the white jersey with the British colours on along the front as the British national champion. 33 seconds between the breakaway and the peloton. It looks as though the bonus seconds are going to go to the breakaway at the intermediate sprint with 2Ks to go.
I think the peloton are very happy with that. They don't want to be thrown into opportunities here, but I don't think it'll make a huge amount of difference. Maybe different if it was 5, 3 and 1, but 3, 2 and 1 seconds, it does look as if, well, I think definitely as we drop into town here that the 5 riders in front are going to take the 3, 2 and 1 bonuses, and I think the peloton behind will be happy with that situation.
Beautiful blue sea in the background. We're in the south of Sicily and heading to Agrigento. First of all, it's the intermediate sprint at Porto Empedocle. Pink jersey at the moment on the back of Pipo Ganna. Closest rider to him is at 22 seconds. That's Joao Almeida. He's not one of the riders here in the breakaway. So the 3, 2 and 1 seconds are going to make very little difference to guys who, like again, 1 minute and 2. And of course, you go all the way to the worst place rider, Etienne Van Empel. He's at 2 minutes and 47. So these seconds not really of any interest to these guys at all, are they?
No, they're just kind of fighting to try and stay away. 22 seconds now. They've got 700 metres to go to the 3, 2 and 1. So they will mop up these bonus seconds, but I just think that at the end of the day, the peloton are just firing down this road, trying to keep the GC leader out the way. They're just moving everything out the gap now.
Yeah, and you could just see those neutral service cars moving. There you go. Photographers as well. It's 19 seconds. It's coming down very quick, and we come uphill as we go towards these intermediate sprint seconds. Remember, there are monetary prizes on offer as well, and there's points in the separate intermediate sprints classification, which is always a curiosity of the Giro. We've got more classifications at the Giro than any other race, by the way. Not as many jerseys, of course, because you're only allowed 4 to be given out by the UCI. But as we see them almost coat out, 17 seconds. It wouldn't surprise me if Thomas de Gent wanted to hoover up something else. Let's see. Intermediate sprint should be just up here. It was on at 12.1 kilometres to go when we saw it on our road book. It's Tonelli in the purple for Bardiani. First day ticked off for them getting in the breakaway. They'll be looking for their opportunities. Well, it said 1 kilometre to go there on that little sign, so the ticker is either out or it's been moved slightly further down the road, so interesting to see if they can stay out and take the seconds.
Yeah, that adds another element into it, because a kilometre slightly uphill in this drag is a long way, but just look as if they want to try and stay away. The peloton is just coming into view now, so I think Bjerg has done his turn. He's kind of swung off now, so I think there'll be a little bit more of control at the front, but these riders do look as if they might just be able to hang on here for these 3, 2 and 1, which will mean no significance to them. The best placed is Thomas de Gent at 1:02, but he's here to try and win the stage or possibly take the King of the Mountains.
Well, let's see how it goes. 14 seconds now of a gap. This is Van Empel, just fighting to hold on and hold the wheel here for Vini Zabou. See, this continues to go uphill all the way to this intermediate sprint point. It's going to be the last hurrah for the breakaway, and they're all thinking about it now. Thomas de Gent sits there in third wheel for Lotto, and here he goes. Thomas de Gent wants to hoover up and take a hat-trick. He took the King of the Mountains at the start of the day. He took the first intermediate sprint and the points for the Maglia Ciclamino. It looks as though he's about to hoover up the bonus second as well. Thomas de Gent will now lead the intermediate sprint classification going into day 2. There's no jersey for that, but he's first over the line, and he's showing us, Brian, that in the days to come, I think we can expect more from him.
He does look better than he did in the Tour de France, that's for sure, but you just see everybody fanning across the road. Mitchelton Scott, who were at the back not that long ago, now up towards the front in the right-hand side, looking after Simon Yates. So here we go again, just nice and simple this time. He didn't have to go too far out, but strongest man in the breakaway, one of the strongest men, you know, in races in recent years, taking absolutely everything. As we said, once his cake and eat it. He's taken both sprints today, the King of the Mountains earlier on today, with only the stage in the King of the Mountains to go.
Well played, Thomas de Gent. Well played, breakaway. They've lasted until the final 10 kilometres, but today is not going to be the day for the morning break. They are about to be caught, it's about to be over, and it will be for the peloton. De Gent decides to save energy now, done his job, and he'll be brought straight back in. Left-hand side, Jumbo-Visma in the yellow. They're looking after Steven Kruijswijk and Tobias Vos. You can see Mitchelton Scott through the centre trying to keep Simon Yates very, very safe. He's in the black and yellow. And remaining from the breakaway at the front, Ben Gastar, the man from Luxembourg and Agile Mondial. Alessandro Tonelli, the Italian, in the purple and green here. And behind him, Mattia Bais, his compatriot, riding for Androni Giocattoli. They're on them, they're ready. We've had the sprint with everybody else. We're heading to the Valley of the Temples now. Some super scenery, but then it's time for the racing. Will we see a new Maglia Rosa? He's positioned well on the left-hand side. Pipo Ganna is there for the Ineos Grenadiers. Will we see Joao Almeida go for it? He's wearing the purple, or the cyclamen, Maglia Ciclamino jersey today. Oh, now then. Time to attack.
Yeah,
and
just one Tonelli again.
With Mattia Bais, who's going again. Just try to be the last man out the breakaway.
Yeah, sorry. Bais, one last roll of the dice there for Bais, for Androni.
And that's it. It did look as though it was coming at the peloton, but that is the break brought back. And Emanuele Boado, who was before trying to discourage people from riding at the front, is doing his own job for Astana on the left-hand side. They've had a bad day already. Alexander Vlasov out of the Giro d'Italia. And this is where it gets very serious. Arnaud Demar being very well looked after by Groupama FDJ. Israel Startup Nation, you have Davide Cimolai. I'd be wondering if he could hang on today alongside the likes of Rick Zabel, his teammate. They've got a team full of sprinters, actually. Rudy Barbier is one of theirs as well. And there they are, just on the right-hand side. And it looks as though at the back of their number, it is indeed Rudy Barbier who's being looked after.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Rudy Barbier was up here. He's more of a flat kind of sprinter than, you know, an incline that we're going to have. But, you know, I think that Zabel in the the blue jersey would be one of their potential riders today in this type of finish. You're leading the King of the Mountains, so you went up the hill quite quickly yesterday, but this is a battle to stay in kind of group order. Team Ineos on the right hand side, just choosing one side of the road, a lot easier to keep your team in numbers. On the right hand side you've also got Jumbo Visma in the yellow together with Mitchelton Scott, so that's why the teams, two sides of the road, they'll try and keep one side of the road because it means it's a hell of a lot easier to keep in kind of number order.
There is Joao Almeida being moved up onto the right hand side. Just sitting behind him was James Knox, who had a crash yesterday, by the way. And here is Ilio Kessa, left hand side. Zabel is wearing the blue King of the Mountains jersey if you're looking for him. Don't forget about Davide Cimolai either. Fast sprinter who's won World Tour sprints, who can climb. So now for Ineos Grenadiers, it seems as though Ganna is the man almost at the back there. He's in the pink jersey. In front of him is the British champion Ben Swift, and around two is Geraint Thomas, their overall leader. CCC showing their orange jerseys for the first time. And everybody now wants to be at the front. Hagen being brought up there and being dropped off. He's the climber from Lotto Soudal, who says thank you very much for the job that's been done for him.
Yeah, Adam Hansen there, one of the most experienced riders in the peloton, just bringing them up at the right time. Just a smile there. It seems so easy. We can see a lot of riders, they're all battling, they're all stressed, but how easy was that, Adam Hansen? Just bring them up, drop them off towards the front, job done. But yeah, you can see a lot of battling, a lot of pushing and shoving, riders talking in the radio. I don't know if they can hear anything, but Bilbao has been looked after by Arashiro just on the right hand side, and Bilbao is another rider that could probably do what Alisi can do in this finish.
In the same team, what about Enrico Battaglin?
Yeah, he's done it in the past, but I've not really seen him. It's Arashiro and Bilbao towards the front, but yeah, this is just crazy times. Just, you know, watching the pink jersey on the left hand side. Ineos have pretty much disintegrated. They've got no colour, they've got no team order, no nothing at all, so it seems to be every man from themselves at the moment.
Bullied out of position on the left hand side at the moment as we head into the final 5 kilometres and the base of the final climb. Alongside the Valley of the Temples, the beautiful, stunning, it stood there for centuries, architecture. As we see the final climb to the line on the roads, those modern ones, on the way to Agrigento. The final climb is about to finish. We've got 4.6 kilometres all the way up to Piazza Vittorio Emanuele. And here we go. It's a finish we've seen before in the Giro d'Italia. 12 years ago, it was all about the climbers then. Today we expect it to be about the faster riders, and UAE Emirates are trying to set up Diego Ulissi. 4 kilometres to go, and we're already going uphill, Brian.
Yeah, Ulissi coming to the front there, and Ben Swift has done a job there, the British champion, just kind of drifting back a little bit. He kept Geraint Thomas right up towards the front, so now drifting back. So the question has been answered. He had to take it up because they were kind of pushed out of it a little bit, and he had to look after Geraint Thomas.
A lightning fast run into those final 3 or 4 kilometres that we're seeing now. 3.8 to go, and we've just seen Max Richese do his job and finish off. Several riders who have worked hard for their leaders. Oh, and that was a problem for Rodriguez, a good climber. He's the best climber left in the team, I would say. Here's Arnaud Démare being brought to the front. He is the French national champion. Not too many of his teammates around, but they're trying to make their way up on the left-hand side, Brian.
Yeah, they are. It's just so difficult to that kind of downhill fast run in towards the bottom of this climb. Very difficult to keep any kind of team order at all. We saw Team Ineos try, and you know, they pretty much disintegrated, every man for themselves. There will be some sort of control now. We're starting to go uphill, and they'll start to get in some sort of order. But Arnaud Démare right up there towards the front. Lawson Craddock also there for Education First. So it's yeah, more and more riders from Groupama just slowly but surely coming up towards the front.
That's Guarnieri making his way up in the front, and we've had a crash with James Whelan going down. James Whelan down for EF Pro Cycling, and that's not good news for him. Meyer making his way up as well now for Mitchelton Scott, the Australian champion. It's getting pretty chaotic here. Sagan, in the meantime, waits. Geraint Thomas is being kept very, very close to the front at all times here. Right in the centre of your screen, he's got the navy jersey on, red helmet and those big white sunglasses with 3 kilometres to go.
Well, he does this so well. He's very good at positioning, keeping himself out of trouble. Just looking a little bit further down, the pink jersey is sitting in about, 50, 60th position now. So, you know, he has to be attentive. Ulisi for UAE up towards the front as well with Peter Sagan.
Right next to Sagan, he was sitting glued to his wheel. As you see that wonderful Valley of the Temples down just below where we're heading in Agrigento. Simon Yates on the left-hand side, jersey open with the black and yellow on. A couple of his Mitchelton Scott teammates arrive, but Arnaud Demar seems to be controlling the race so far as Movistar move a couple of riders up on the left-hand side as well. There's Domenico Pozzovivo for NTT, the first time that we've seen him really in this Giro d'Italia. But it's all about Groupama FDJ for now, Brian.
It is, but you can see still a fair way to go, 2.5 kilometres uphill, and it's about measuring your effort. And a lot of the peloton still together. I thought by this stage we might have seen something, but they're still just kind of sitting, waiting. Already seen that Michael Matthews is again up towards the front, but the first time the French champion's starting to slip back.
Yep, Arnaud Demar slipping and sliding on the radio as well. That could be it for him. That could be it for Arnaud Demar. As we see other riders drop. That looked like it might have been Bataillin, actually. Bataillin out the game. Sam Oman riding well in the centre in the white jersey.
Yeah, Damien Howson looking after Simon Yates towards the left-hand side there, but I think Viviani was one of the riders. Dropped Ciccone here, just at the back. So he's another rider I thought would be up here. Narvaez comes towards the front for Ineos as well.
Giulio Ciccone recovering from coronavirus after he suffered that just a couple of weeks before the start of this Giro d'Italia. So they are slipping and sliding, and this group is getting maybe a little smaller than we thought it might be. And there's Rick Zabel. No more King of the Mountains fun for him at the moment. No stage win today. Nibali being kept close towards the front. We still have Peter Sagan in here, but we know that going missing so far is Arnaud Demar. We've seen Bataillin being dropped too. Ulisi still remains.
Fuglsang, just a little bit of push from Nibali to move up, but yeah, it's Nibali moved right up towards the front with Fuglsang, so the GC contenders, they don't want to lose any time. We said that you know, there could be gaps, they could lose a handful of seconds, and you know, after yesterday's performance with some of them, they don't want to lose any more seconds.
We know that Nibali remains there. Pink jersey, Filippo Ganna. I'm looking back for him. At the moment, he's not in that picture. Filippo Ganna's hanging on right at the back. Oh, that's very interesting, Brian, because Joao Almeida will be smelling blood now. 22 seconds is the difference. And remember, there are bonus seconds on the finish line. Ganna hanging in for the moment, but out towards the back as we see a move, as we see Conti bringing up Ulisi.
Yep, this is the plan now, and right on them you can see that there's no gaps opening it for the moment. This is a tough time for some of the sprinters now, and Ulisi has been set up nicely.
Well, Diego Ulisi realising he has to make it very, very hard indeed. Almeida is not one of those riders following at the moment, but one of his teammates from the Koenig Quick-Step is. You can see that Theo Gegenhardt is up there alongside Geraint Thomas, who stays in about 15th position, just in front of him with just 1.1 kilometres to go. It's Simon Yates as well. This is a good job being done by Ballerini for the moment as well. Ulisi is the man to watch, however.
Yeah, still
Oman
together.
remains in 4th place.
Still together, and Ulisi's looking back. It's they've not got any gap whatsoever. A lot of the GC contenders right up there towards the front, but it's only a matter of time where Ulisi is going to unleash his bid for glory.
Well, there's a flat section inside the final kilometre. The last K is at 3.3% of an average, and at a point they have to have a go. And now this is going to get very, very interesting, because Vini Zabu want to get on the act. Now, can they follow for the Koenig Quick-Step trip? Definitely trying to do that is Mikel Honoré. He's on the blue and white, and in third wheel you can see Ulisi is straight onto him, being chased down now by Ineos Grenadiers, and Theo Gegenhardt. Sagan wants to get involved as well.
Well, Sagan, he's coming across now, and Michael Matthews couldn't hold the wheel. He's on his limit now, but I tell you what, Sagan looks very cool at this moment.
Well, Matthews, all the talk we had about him, we've hardly seen him towards the front. It's all been Omen with 600 metres. Wackerman it was who launched the attack, and now it's Ulissi who's going. Honoré desperately trying to chase as Sagan has got work to do. Remember, it's a Giro d'Italia debut for Peter Sagan. He hasn't won a race for over a year, but it's Ulissi who's out there at the moment ahead of Honoré. Ulissi there in the white jersey, 400 metres to go, and it's looking like a really good opportunity if Sagan can close the gap. Can he do it though, as there's looking round behind from Ulissi? Sagan gets closer and closer, and after almost 3.5 hours of racing, it's going to come down to a great opportunity. Honoré on the left-hand side, trying to spring the surprise for Denmark for Koenig quick step. There is Ulissi on the left as we look at it now in the white. Sagan waits and continues to wait, and now Sagan's going to have to launch. It's Ulissi though on that lip. Ulissi going to the line, and despite Sagan being there, it's Ulissi for number 7. Diego Ulissi takes stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia 2020. His team rode for him all afternoon long, and he has finished it off wonderfully. Diego Ulissi wins. Sagan looked like he was going to get himself in the right position, but in the end, Brian, just as at the Tour de France, he didn't have that final kick.
No, I think it was just that he was trying to pace himself. He needed someone to help close that gap, and I think, you know, the team that got this right was UAE, and Conti going to set it up, and you know, finished nicely by Ulissi there, and unbelievable in these type of finishes. And you know, I was very surprised at Sagan, because Sagan was with Matthews, and he came across the gap, and that's what kind of dented his sprint in the end. But this man here, these type of finishes, you know, can be unstoppable in days. As we see them come around the final corner, and Sagan had measured his effort on the right hand side, but really, see, the way he just looked around and saw Sagan, must have sensed that, wow, he's in for a fight here. He goes to the left. Sagan just kind of checks a little bit here, and you could see that he just didn't have the acceleration. Ulissi from here, there was only going to be one winner, and that effort of coming up to Ulissi and Honoré was just a little bit too much for Peter Sagan in the end. A credible second place, but quite an easy win in the end for Ulissi.
Yep, Sagan the best of the sprinters to survive. It was Luca Wackerman who launched that very late attack for Vini Zabou. Matthews, you can see in the background, has just missed that move, and it is Diego Ulissi who, for the 7th time, has won a stage of the Giro d'Italia.
You just see coming across behind Michael Matthews there, Almeida, in the Ciclamino jersey, but I noticed that the pink jersey was still in this group.
Looks as though Pippo Ganna will hold the Maglia Rosa. We'll wait to get confirmation of that. We saw him in trouble with around 1.5 kilometers to go. And as Ulissi launched his attack, it was he who took the first road stage. Brilliant teamwork, excellently finished off. And Diego Ulissi is the winner of a stage of the Giro d'Italia for the first time in 3 years, but for the 7th time in his career. And his relationship with this race continues to develop. 21 stages down the years for UAE Emirates. 7 of them have now been won by Diego Ulissi. Today he's beaten Peter Sagan, who almost won on debut at the Giro, with Mikel Honoré in 3rd, Matthews 4th, Wackerman, Almeida, Brambilla, Nibali and Bilbao in the top 9. Diego Ulissi off to collect his prize. This will be a very good feeling, and UAE Emirates have started the Giro as they ended the Tour in fine form. They've come here expecting stage wins rather than a GC. But Diego Ulissi today has shown us that he is in fine form, beating Peter Sagan to the line. And it's another 2nd place in the career of one of the greatest riders we've ever seen in Sagan. Still looking for that first win in 14 months now. In fact, 15. We're in October now, aren't we? 15 months. It's been a long, long wait for Peter Sagan. But with Diego Ulissi's form, he'll have to wait that little bit longer. Job done. And we know now why they were riding so early, Brian.
And it just looked so easy for him in the end when you consider that he dropped pretty much everybody.
Filippo Ganna holds the Maglia Rosa, a second day in pink with 22 seconds. His gap to Joao Almeida unchanged. Diego Lisi and his bonus seconds move him up into the top 10. Geraint Thomas third at 23 seconds. Great job from the Ineos Grenadiers, you'd have to say there. They were one of the most impressive teams alongside Mitchelton Scott in keeping their leaders very nice and well protected.
Yeah, that was at the forefront of their minds for Geraint Thomas, and will be for the next few days. Tomorrow, different story with the GC contenders, but this man holds on to the pink jersey. But tell you what, Ulysse in these type of finishes over the last few years, absolutely incredible. When you consider the distance he put into, you know, the others, he just went at it seemed to be the hardest point, the last part of the hardest point. Got enough. Sagan rode well. He rode measured. He got them. This is it here. You know, look at the riders behind. They were always fighting. Ulysse didn't know whether to commit fully. You know, he'd Honoré in the wheel. But look at Sagan coming just slowly but surely. The peloton aren't hanging around here at all. You know, they're trying to keep the gap closed. Come round the corner. Ulysse is just in control of this. He knows that he's going to kick up again. He's just getting his breath back. Honoré comes around the right-hand side, tries to accelerate, doesn't really have it. Sagan, it was just that effort he made with 600 metres to go to 300 metres to go, coming across that gap. No power left in the legs. Ulysse, bang, easy win, great win, and you know, well deserved.
Let's hear from Bernard Eisel after that finish.
He was one of the big favourites today, Diego Ulysse, and his teammate Conti. He delivered him perfectly, set the pace really hard, and the sprinters really didn't have a chance. Peter Sagan, I have to admit, did really amazing, but Diego Ulysse was unbeatable today. So that was a nice sprint. Tomorrow is another hard stage here in Sicily. The Sicily jumped in as the start of this year's Giro, and they put up 4 stages. Tomorrow is the famous Etna, 18.8 kilometers with over 6% of average. A lot of switchbacks, and the riders will start south of the Etna in Enna, and they will pretty much go all the way around the Etna, and they will have this beautiful climb standing out there and just seeing it all the time. The roads are a little bit smaller tomorrow, and at the same time they're also more slippery. So the GC teams did really well today to protect their riders, but tomorrow it's going to be some hard work for the teammates to bring the leaders to the bottom of the Etna, and then it's up to the leaders.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you very much. Etna tomorrow. Today, a brilliant, brilliant position. And super finish. What a win from this man. Stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia between Alcomo and Agrigento. A big day for a possible breakaway. And in the first opening throws, it was a group of 5 who'd eventually managed to get away. Those 5 riders would be Van Empel, De Gent, Gastauer, Weiss and Tonelli. And after 5 kilometers of racing, there was a gap that finally opened up. With 114 kilometers to go, they were preparing for what was to come. Could Joao Almeida manage to take the pink jersey at the end? Taking things along the way, the first King of the Mountains prize went to Thomas de Gent. He showed himself to be the strongest without doubt from the 5 men up the road. He'd also take the intermediate sprint that would come a little further down the line. But coming down the line, there was an option for the big sprinters to go for that sprint. Gaviria went for it, Demar behind, crashing in 3rd place was Elia Viviani. And just a couple of minutes later, Simone Consonni was also on the ground. So 2 teammates from Cofidis crashing before we saw our only abandon of the day. Alexander Vlasov getting into the car, feeling unwell, stomach trouble, forcing him to abandon halfway through the first road stage of this Giro. And after Miguel Angel Lopez, an absolute disaster for Astana. Just 6 riders left and 2 of their biggest names gone. The break would be caught with just over 8 kilometers to go. Bais, the last survivor. And it would be a lightning fast run into the final climb of the day. At the finish line, huge attack from Diego Ulissi had really broken things up. And he'd be the strongest man in the sprint. Alongside Mikel Honoré looking for his first Grand Tour stage win. Peter Sagan looking for his first Giro stage win. But it's the man who'd done it on 6 previous occasions who made it a 7th. 7th heaven for Diego Ulissi. Raising his arms, Ulissi, and still in the pink jersey, Pippo Ganna. That was stage 2. What about tomorrow? Enna on the way to Etna. Circling around the mountain. Flat enough throughout the day until they get to that mighty final climb. A long one, a difficult one, almost 20 kilometers of classified ascent. Climbing up a new side this time. We've been to Etna a few times in the Giro before. We have never been to this new finish. Through Zafferana Etnea, climbing up the different side. And finishing at Piano Provenzana, 150 kilometers, last 20 of them. Oh, very big ones indeed. So from Sicily, we are about to head over and join the riders in Belgium. And it's over to you guys in Liège, Bastogne-Liège.
Ulissi che ha vinto anche a Asolo, Ulissi che ha vinto anche a Tandalo, nella Feltre Tirano. A sinistra di nuovo Ulissi, Pietro Ulissi di potenza, Pietro Ulissi di potenza. E va bene per ristabilire questa stella del ciclismo italiano. Questo genere d'arrivo è sicuramente uno dei corridori più forti del mondo. Una bella liberazione per il corridore della